We get ready for tonight's fight under the lights. Jumping into the ring tonight is going to be Barbados Pelicans, led by Naeem Young, and the Windward Islands Infernos, led by Alec Athanaze. Our match referee, I guess the ring director for tonight, is Mr. Rion King. I believe you have the coin, Naeem?
Tails.
Tails is the call. And a tail it is. Alec, you won that toss. What will you do and why?
Well, we will have a bowl first. I believe there will be some dew in the air after, so I think now is the best time to bowl.
All right, best time to bowl, but I want to ask you first off, aside from the cricket, will you be wearing your helmet tonight, Alec?
Definitely, as long as I'm batting.
All right, obviously you got a win in that first one. What are you looking to work on and improve on in this one?
I guess in the power play, to be honest, we wasn't really on point in the power play with our ball. We would like to improve on that.
Any changes to your team tonight?
Yes, Raishan Williams comes in and Neo is out.
All right, have a good one out there tonight, Alec.
Thank you.
All righty, time to bring Naeem Young into the conversation. Having a bat first, how do you feel about that one?
Well, we wanted to bat first. We find that the teams that have batted first in this tournament so far have won the games. So hopefully that continues tonight.
Yeah, obviously you've had experience under the lights playing in that game versus Trinidad. What have you learned from that contest?
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot due to conditions. Obviously, we have a few experienced guys in our team who've played here before, so yes, we understand the conditions a lot, so hopefully just to execute.
Yeah, you talk about execute. What was the conversation, I guess, in the off day or two that you guys had leading into this one?
Yeah, obviously that game before is gone. New game, new opposition. I think we have a lot of experienced guys in the squad, as I said, so it's just for them to come together as a group. And once we think we come together as a group and stick to our plans, we'll be successful.
All right, final one for you. Any changes to this team tonight?
Yeah, two changes. Demetrius Richards misses out. Cheyenne Brathwaite comes in for him. Also, Mary Gurge misses out, and Sayan Hackett comes in for him.
All right, well, Naeem, enjoy yourself under the lights.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. News from the middle. Windward Islands Infernos, they've won it, and they'll be having a bowl first.
Tonight we went into Ryan Harrison Academy. This is the Western T20 Breakout League, March 6th. Windward Island. This is Adam Sullivan. Windward Island is one of the toss of the time. Half a vote. These are as follows. Adam Sullivan. Naeem Young. Benito Babu. Kareem Ali. Joshua Bishop, P.A. Paris, Kevin Wickham, Duchamp McCall, Ramon Simmons, Junior Sinclair, Ryan Brathwaite, Sion Hackett, Windward Islands Infernos, Alec Athanaze, Mary Cyrus, Douglas Scott, Ryan John, Susan Douglas, Kelly Bishop, F.T. Monkey, Sean Williams, Avinash Mahavir Singh, Johan Jeremiah, Keon Gaston. Leading in from the umpire, Zahid Bakaran, Yusuf Akila, television umpire, Ethan Butler, sport official, Leslie Jr., match referee, Leon King. News are properly 7 p.m. Enjoy your evening.
The future stars of West Indies cricket have been assembled in the West Indies T20 Breakout League. It's the second match of a doubleheader. Another one, the Barbados Pelicans tonight will be coming up against the Windward Islands Infernos. Such a pleasure to have all of you with us at the Breakout Cricket Academy. It's a pleasure to be here. And as we look at the points table, the Trinidad and Tobago Legions, they are leading by some 17 points in total. It's do or die here now for these guys. They need to get off the mark and to get some points. The Barbados Pelicans haven't gotten a win just yet. Yeah, such a pleasure to welcome all of you here to this contest. It's a cool night, nice and cool, refreshing breeze. A pleasure to have alongside me former West Indies cricketer Carlos Brathwaite. Carlos, an exciting start to today's proceedings. Can we expect the same tonight?
Yeah, you love a last ball thriller, don't you? So here's hoping that we'll have another one tonight.
Indeed. So let's head straight out to the middle where Joel Manning is with the captains.
We get ready for tonight's fight under the lights. Jumping into the ring tonight is going to be Barbados Pelicans, led by Naeem Young, and the Windward Islands Infernos, led by Alec Athenaze. Our match referee, I guess the ring director for tonight, is Mr. Rion King. I believe you have the coin, Naeem?
Tails.
Tails is the call. And a tail it is. Alec, you won that toss. What will you do and why?
Well, we will have a bowl first. I believe there will be some dew in the air after, so I think now is the best time to bowl.
All right, best time to bowl, but I want to ask you first off, aside from the cricket, will you be wearing your helmet tonight, Alec?
Definitely, as long as I'm batting.
All right, obviously you got a win in that first one. What are you looking to work on, improve on in this one?
I guess we, in the power play, to be honest, we wasn't really on point in the power play with our ball. We would like to improve on that.
Any changes to your team tonight?
Yes, Sean Williams comes in and Neo is out.
All right, have a good one out there tonight, Alec.
Thank you.
All righty, time to bring Naeem Young into the conversation. Having a bat first, how do you feel about that one?
Well, we wanted to bat first. We find that the teams that have batted first in this tournament so far won the games. So hopefully that continues tonight.
Yeah, obviously you've had experience under the lights playing in that game versus Trinidad. What have you learned from that contest?
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot due to the conditions. Obviously, we have a few experienced guys in our team who've played here before, so yes, we understand the conditions a lot, so hopefully just execute.
Yeah, you talk about execute. What was the conversation, I guess, in the off day or two that you guys had leading into this one?
Yeah, obviously that game before is gone. New game, new opposition. I think we have a lot of experienced guys in the squad, as I said, so it's just for them to come together as a group. And once we think we come together as a group and stick to our plans, we'll be successful.
All right, final one for you. Any changes to this team tonight?
Yeah, two changes. Demetrius Richards misses out. Cheyenne Brathwaite comes in for him. Also, Murray Gurge misses out, and Sayan Hackett comes in for him.
All right, well, Naeem, enjoy yourself under the lights.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. News from the middle. Windward Islands Infernos, they've won it, and they'll be having a bowl first.
Naeem Young seemed to be happy to bat first. Carlos Brathwaite will take us through that team.
Yeah, the Nico Boucher and Kadeem Ali at the top. And interesting to see the number 3 and number 4, though. Shakir Paris, who had a very good CPL, and Kevin Wickham, who was touted as one of the big things, or the next big things in cricket with the bat in hand for the West Indies. Ramon Simmons has been good, and Joshua Bishop, another elder statesman where CPL appearances are concerned. So an experienced team, they want to put a better performance in.
Yeah, one change for the Infernos, Sean Williams in. They've gotten a good start with Alec Athenaze and that 91, but they'll need the top order batters to really get them to a good platform so the batters through the middle can prosper. So they've got a good balance. They've gotten off to a victory in their opening match. That was a good start for the Windward Islands Volcanoes at the start of a tournament. That's precisely what you want to do, to get those points and to get those jitters off. Let's just reflect then on what happened in their first match. The Infernos coming up against the Ghana Rainforest Rangers. I mentioned that 91 unbeaten from Alec Athenaze. They got to 166 for 6, and then they restricted the Rainforest Rangers to 141 for 9. Alec Athenaze, Carlos, he has West Indies experience. He showed his class and stamped his authority in game 1, didn't he?
Yeah, what I enjoyed about his knock is you see some of these shots in the power play off the off spinner. Once wickets fell at the other end, however, he was able to consolidate, build partnerships, and then cycle back through the gears, and that's a good sign of batsmanship. The ability to start well, go up the gears, and also go back down as the situation requires. And he went all the way as well. He didn't give his wicket away, falling just short of 100, unfortunately for him. But the knock was one that would tell the other experienced players in the tournament how to stamp your authority as an international player.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you want to see from the players who do have that international experience. And another one who had a good start to this tournament, the wrist spinner. We love our wrist spinner, don't we? Daryl Cyrus. Let's hear a little bit more about the man.
Hi, I'm Daryl Cyrus, right-hand leg spinner, low-order batsman. I'm from Grenada, the Isle of Spice. I started playing from the under 15. I actually was captain of the Grenada under 15 team. Came up through the ranks. Windward's under 15, Windward's under 17, under 19. Had a little break where I was actually doing a regular job, and then Andres Coley saw me at the last suggestion. That's when the Windward's franchise was based in Grenada, and told me to give it another try. And he and Junior Murray, former wicketkeeper batsman. Junior Murray is one of the guys that always encouraged me to stick to it and keep trying, and here am I today. A leg spin was something sort of rare in my country. After always, there wasn't really any main leg spinner. It's a tough art, but once you stick to it and keep putting in the work and you put in a lot of practice. And leg spin is something that you have to keep practicing daily. You have to bowl a lot of balls daily. So it's something difficult, but when you put your mind to it, I think that it's something that you can achieve. I think it's a really good competition. Getting the youngsters that aspiring to play CPL and franchise cricket. I think it's a really good initiative again by the West Indies CPL. It's just a matter of guys taking this as a stepping stone in terms of moving forward in their cricket career. My spell in the last game, I think I didn't start it as I wanted to, but there's always room for improvement. I never dropped my head after the first 2 overs. I just decided I would keep my head up and come back just to do a job for the team, and it paid off. I think the new rule is really great, for opportunities for leg spinner playing, have to go 75% of their overs. I mean, that's really great because there's an opportunity for each leg spinner in this tournament. I wouldn't say it brings added pressure, I'm always excited to bowl, so it's just a matter, being ready anytime to skip a call. So it's just a matter of staying confident because I know that I have to do a job for the team and I know I have to do it to the best of my ability. That's a really good motivation, as a leg spinner, that the West Indies men team is looking for a right-hand leg spinner, a mystery spinner, I should say. A great opportunity for leg spinners in the region. I'm really looking to put my hand up, and hopefully I can grab that spot.
Yeah, he had an expensive start to his spell, none for 27 from 2 overs, Carlos. But they brought him back, picked up 4 wickets for 10 runs in his next 2.
Yeah, it showed a lot of character, and it shows the value of a wrist spinner in your team, something West Indies have been searching for a while. And the ability to come into your spell or your second spell, even having been under the pump, and be able to emphatically win the game for your team. You expect your finger spinners to be a bit more consistent, but you want that impact from your leg spinner, and he provided that. Imagine if he starts well, could be a 6-for.
Yeah, one of the rules in this breakout league is that the wrist spinner must bowl at least 3 overs out of his 4 in 3 of the 5 games. An exciting rule, one that I really love. What about the surface then, Carlos? As we have a closer look at this surface, you had a look earlier today. How do you expect this one to play?
Yeah, a little bit more worn than the first game, obviously, with it being back-to-back games. Under the lights, however, you expect a slight bit of moisture from the heat around, from the lights, and you expect that those cracks, you wouldn't think that they would get bigger. It looks flat. It played very well on game day number 2. It played very well today, and I expect it to play very well tonight as well.
A quick expectation then on this contest?
Alec Athanaze is right there listening to me, but I expect him to stamp his authority, and I expect a better game of cricket from the Barbados team.
Yeah, Dew will set in a little bit later on as well in the second inning, so we'll see how that impacts on the game. A victory for the Infernos. Will they continue to blaze, or will the Pelicans soar tonight? Live action on the other side.
We are discovering the gems of the Caribbean indeed. We are at the West Indies T20 Breakout League, match 6 on day number 3. The Barbados Pelicans up against the Windward Islands Infernos. It's a lot on the line tonight as we get into the middle of the tournament. The Pelicans making 2 changes after their opening encounter, with Sion Hackett, their franchise player from Trinidad, in place of Amari Goodridge, and also in is Cheyenne Brathwaite in place of Demetrius Richards. And for the Infernos, who won their first game on day 1, just the one change in Noel Leo going out, and Rashawn Williams, who could open the batting, is in as well tonight. Yeah, Ryan John was very good with his experience, 2 for 16 in that opening game, in the power play and at the back end. Shakira Selman, special good evening to you. It has a feel, a buzz of a big game.
Good evening, Nikhil. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, you're so excited because of what happened in that first game, aren't you? And also, you know the Pelicans have to come with a response. They lost that first game. They need to get a win. Infernos, though, they'll be looking to bring the heat to the Pelicans and stop them from getting points on the board.
Nico Boucher opened in the last game, but now Cheyenne Brathwaite, who's played for Barbados in youth cricket for years. He's done well domestically for the Empire Club. And Alec Athene is leading this Windward Islands team. Remember, in the last game when they won, he was not on the field for the fielding effort. He got hit in the face. And he said at the post-match presentation, he felt the decision-making could have been better and almost lost him the game. So now we'll see with you on the field, the young Alec. But yeah, it really does have a feel to be a big game. And we hope that for those joining us around the region and the world, you buckle up, join us throughout the night.
Chris, batsman. Alec, you go there. Play, gentlemen.
Match 6, Pelicans, Infernos. Yeah, 2 teams who will demand more in the power play from themselves. Infernos only picked up the 1 wicket, and it was a point of focus for Athenes at the toss against Guyana. And for the Pelicans, they lost 3 wickets against the Legions a few nights ago.
Yeah, 42 for 1 normally is not bad in a power play. As a bowling side, normally you think you've done well. But in comparison to other teams getting 3 wickets, he will want wickets, Athenes.
Sally, your thoughts? They've made a couple of changes. Only 1 game. You look at Demetrius Richards, he made 5, faced 10 balls, 11 balls. Goodridge bowled 1 over. Is it harsh to drop guys after 1 game?
And Nikhil, it's such a short tournament. You can't afford to be playing persons just to give them a run. Cheyenne Brathwaite is a lot more explosive. You understand that change. Sion Hackett, he's familiar with the conditions.
Yeah, very narrowly clipping the top of the stumps.
Ryan John was excellent in that first game. As you pointed out, 2 wickets for 16 runs, bowling in the power play, and then at the death. Hits his lengths first up, tries to get the ball to swing, and then when he comes back, look out for those Yorkers. Boucher, unfortunate maybe not to be opening again, but perhaps give them some depth.
Yeah, it's a favorite area for Kadeem Aline. Nothing is just quick enough. Yeah, it's no Drew yet, but as we go into the night, keep an eye on that, folks. It's been very weird the way the tournament has gone because the Drew is set in. It's been there, yet only 1 team has won chasing, and that was a day game when the Leeward Islands chased 123. 4 of the 5 games so far in this year's Breakout League have been won by the team batting first, which is why Naeem Young said He doesn't mind batting first. Samuel Badri earlier in the tournament spoke about scoreboard pressure. This time, out the middle of the bat.
Yeah, real hot spot for Kadeem Aline. Just look at the way he keeps his balance and then he uses his long levers. He set that ball on the up, you know. The ball is just slid onto the bat. It's a really good shot for Kadeem Aline to get going.
Two deep fielders, deep point, and no deep backward squares. A deep mid wicket on right of screen, in front of square. John not having the pace, so he's there that field on leg side for that pickup shot Kadeem Aline plays often. May have been an attempted pace-off delivery. Yeah, eventful first over, 10 for none. The one change, Noah Leo hit a couple of sixes, 13 off 4, but makes way for Rashawn Williams. We expect him to bat a lot higher than that. Powerful opening batter from Barbados, one of their franchise players. And Keon Gaston, who is a story and one to watch in this competition, 21 years old from St. Lucia. He spoke about the fact that he never played youth cricket for the Windward Islands, has had to grind and persevere in a few years at the St. Lucia Sports Academy, has gotten him to this point, 1 for 25 in his first game, looking to build on that. That was very wide. Not a great start.
Yeah, real loosening to start with the youngster. It's pretty good in that first game. Good economy. Yeah, but he just sprays this one down the leg side. Too much work for Dylan Douglas to do. Dylan Douglas wearing the gloves today in the absence of Noah Leo. The Legion sit pretty on top with 17 points, compliments of 2 wins and 9 bonus points. And right there at the very bottom, the Pelicans, just 1 point, a bonus point they earn. Infernos with 1 win. They've got 6 points and will be looking to add to that.
That will be 6 as well, even into a slight breeze coming across the ground. He's powerful, Kadeem Aline.
I'm surprised to see this line of attack. He was caught at deep point last game. So far, though, they've drifted into his pads. Yeah, and it's the balance that is so impressive when Kadeem Aline is going well. No boundary is small, big enough for him.
Straight again, 6 again. Look out, Kadeem Aline has arrived in this year's Breakout League.
Yeah, this is the guy you wanted to see in this Barbados Pelicans lineup. There's been so much hype about his ability, and he's very familiar with these conditions. He plays lots of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. What a start for the Pelicans, what a start for Aline.
And look, each team, we keep saying it, has an analyst attached. They would have known that 7 of 8 dismissals for this man in the CPL came to spin. He averaged 12. They've got Rashawn Williams in the team today, who has bowled the new ball across the region in the various T10 tournaments. So maybe he is an option for Alec Athenaeus from the other end. Remember, Athenaeus and Aline played together in the CPL. They know each other quite well. They batted together at times in that CPL as well. So Athenaeus will know his strengths and weaknesses.
Adjust his length. Maybe got away with that. With a sharp fine leg in the circle. But yeah, Nikhil, I felt Rashawn Williams coming into this side was because of the familiarity. He would obviously know all of these Barbadian players quite well. That added to the point you made about Ali's struggles to spin. Yeah, he's been good to start. First one back of a length. Gets the hands through it. Hit it on the up. But then these ones, the balance. Impeccable timing. Yeah, all the way. What wind. He's strong enough.
And you look at the line of those 3 deliveries. That's what Johan Lane did well to him. Gave him nothing straight and eventually held out to deep point. Big final delivery coming up. Again straight. There is a deep backward square. Well taken in the end. Shadrach Descartes. Think he's done well enough to stay inside of the parameter. That could be a big moment in this contest.
Yeah, he seems to be gone, Kadeem Aline. He's walking off. Yeah, don't do the leg side again. But the length is different, fielder. At backward square, yeah. Good balance, good awareness not to go over the ropes. What a catch by Shadrach Descartes. Yeah, good bit of fielding to get the breakthrough. A needed one. Kadeem Aline looked dangerous. Has to walk back for a cameo. 22 from 11, 28 for 1.
Nico Boucher got a start in that first game. Similar role coming in with 4 overs in the power play left. He then opened the batting. I would love to be in Keon Gaston's mind. We'll never know if he meant to bowl that straight line again, but it worked. This game of cricket. Kadeem Aline would think I would put that away 9 times out of 10. John continuing.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Cheyenne Brathwaite goes about his innings. It's a real opportunity for a player like Cheyenne Brathwaite. Of course, plays lots of T10 leagues around the Caribbean. And he dominates those leagues. Given the opportunity with the Barbados Pride side as a replacement player, but he didn't get the chance to bat, didn't get the chance to play. So it's a real opportunity for him to display his talent.
Look, it's important for these two and the batters to come as well to maximize the power play on a surface like this tonight. It's definitely probably been the best surface we've had throughout the tournament. And you saw today in the earlier fixture, 55 and 63 were the 2 power play scores. We're used to seeing in this tournament the ball swinging, bit of seam movement off the surface, some deliveries holding. But today, the ball has come on well. You want to maximize that hard new ball.
Yeah, and even if you missed the first game, the first 6 that Kadeem Ali struck tells you how good of a surface it is. Yeah, very little grass, quite flat, a few cracks, but we don't think those will play much of a difference. The ball is really sliding onto the bat under these lights. Lots of very good surface. Batters must be licking their lips.
And this is where I look forward to seeing the other skills of bowlers, especially the seamers. We've seen Johan Lane, Jediah Blades, who was good with it today, but guys controlling their length, holding their length, and getting results. On a surface like this, Shakira, who has the skills and variations? Saw today Blades was hit for a few boundaries, took pace off the ball. Niall Smith similar. So it'll test the likes of John Gaston if he's brought back for another over. Maybe a Cyan Hackett or Ramon Simmons later on, if the ball is not swinging. Full toss, but straight through him. I think he may have just rolled his fingers over it. Barbados Pelicans lose wickets again early.
Yeah, another one where we're not sure this was the plan. This definitely wasn't the plan. Yeah, it is a slower ball again. Not sure if he was through the shot early. Yeah, he'll be disappointed to miss a full toss. Key there was getting it straight. Ryan John once more has a wicket in the power play. Then Nico Boucher walks back for 1, 31 for 2.
Come boys, you can still get Chini power play, no? It's an easy point. It's an easy point, guys. Come on, boys.
Shakir Paris, member of that 2022 Under-19 World Cup. He's spoken at length about his solid domestic season, 105 half-centuries. Finished 5th in the runs in this year's 4-day championship. Now has to do what the likes of Joshua Da Silva and Kevlon Anderson have done, translate that form, the red ball form, into the shorter format. And he's got that CPL experience. Yeah, he got there in the end. Maybe a quicker release could have been tight. No check needed, 32 for 2. .32 for 2. Wickham, Young, Hackett, Bishop. There's a power there. But they need batters to set a platform and set the game up. Wickham will be watched in this tournament after being picked heavily and highly in the CPL, the past 2 CPLs. Yeah, given a second over, Gaston, even after going for 18. But Sally, I mean, we're looking at stories and telling stories in this year's Breakout, right? Exposing and highlighting the talent in the region. This guy here, Keon Gaston, he never went through the conventional route, never played youth cricket for the Windwards, similar to you actually, where you just broke into the West Indies in your time. I just think that must be so challenging. He has another. Athenes, the gamble to give Gaston has worked. 21 years old. This is an excellent start for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, if you wondered why he was given another over, it's because of this. Yeah, nice diving catch at short mid wicket. The ball was never quite there for Shakir Paris, pushing at the ball, hands away from the body, inside edge, and carrying all the way to short mid wicket. Has to walk back for one. Barbados in real trouble here, 33 for 3.
Second time they've lost 3 wickets in the power play in 2 games. It's been a frenetic approach to start. Kevin Wickham, a couple of seasons in the Caribbean Premier League, was invested heavily into by the Barbados Royals. Played the 4 games across the 2 years. He didn't make it out of the power play. He was one of the 3 to go down against Trinidad. Almost had another. He made a half chance into a real chance, Gaston, because of his athleticism.
Yeah, the value of youth, but really good. He has to change direction there to dive to his right. Such a valiant effort by young Gaston. Tail up. He has 2 wickets in this power play. He wants another one. Yeah, just to what you were saying before, not getting the opportunity to play at youth level makes you hungrier. He's hungry. Yeah, struck for 2 sixes prior to this, but this one pulls the knife back, and it really is a good catch by this carrot to get rid of Aline. And Nico Boucher missed a full one. Yeah, and the last to go, Shakir Paris. Good diving catch by Avinash Mahabir Singh at short mid wicket. Yeah, so Nikhil, it is challenging when you're not given those opportunities at youth level. And you almost have to feel your way out as you become a senior in terms of age. But what it means is that none of these guys who would have played at youth level know much about him. That could give him an advantage. But I think it makes you so much hungrier, maybe to prove a point to you selectors that maybe you should have been chosen back then.
Look, it's a lot of sacrifice for someone to not make it at any of those levels and keep persisting, keep at it. And he made his first-class debut against Barbados earlier this year. He took 6 on debut. And they've invested in him at 21 years old. But I think about the strength of these guys who never had the luxury of doing it. And it must make you, as you said, stronger and also a bit different. And these people here who love their cricket will want to come out and see more stories like Keon Gaston. Jid Gooley's another one. His family has been here every night. supporting him, and you could see the happiness on his face after he's gotten runs, growing up 10 to 15 minutes away from here. Much improved over from Gaston. Good comeback. 4 from the over, 36 for 3. Those to come for the Pelicans. Ideally, you don't want any of them batting before the 10th over. It's the problem when you want to go hard. You have the depth, but those guys are powerful finishers. So you've got to find a good balance and mix. Shadrach Descartes. Both 3 economical overs. The main takeaway from that first game was the way he used the pitch and took pace off the ball. But now in the power play, can he find that good length to start? Deep point and deep square leg.
Pelicans batters just seem to be really struggling with their timing. I just wonder how early Descartes will go to those variations. It is his strength with this field set. You wouldn't expect him to go too full either. It will have to be into the surface, ask the batters to hit the ball square off the wicket.
And you know, Sally, even building on what we talked about in the last over, right? Guys who didn't go through that conventional route. Even someone like Rashawn Williams, who grew up playing cricket against the Wickhams, the Cheyenne Brathwaites especially. All of these guys in the Barbados team, he never got a look in for Barbados. Now, the Breakout League has given him a route, an opportunity to play this level, albeit for a different team. But imagine if he is to turn out as something of a success. This is the beauty of our game and where it's evolving. There are so many tournaments, opportunities around the world for young players to play, and it's why we continue to celebrate the sport for younger people around the region.
And Nikhil, I'm a bit intrigued. I'm really excited to see what he can do, because we've seen so many times Barbadians who play for different franchises performing against Barbados teams. Saw Justin Graves almost every time he's up against Barbados, representing Leewers, Raymond Reefer, Shamar Springer, just to name a few. So he'll be hoping he can be given an opportunity with ball and then with bat.
Pounced upon. Really nice adjustment to the shorter length from Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, pitched the gap to perfection. But just look at the way he stands up. Slight misfield, out cover. But really well timed and throw all along the ground from Kevin Wickham.
Descartes missed that length. First 3 deliveries were in and around that 6 to 8 meter length and brought out a defensive shot from Wickham. Still a deep point, deep backward square. Here's some pace off. It's quick.
Keep going, boys, boys. Run out on the card here, run out on the card, guys.
Yeah, good response. It's almost the delivery you set up for when you're facing this carrot, though. Yeah, quick run home safely. Struck on the leg, but he seems to be good, Kevin Wickham. Yeah, really good running. This too will be important.
Two Empire Club guys batting together. Rather and Wickham. Pace off again. 41 for 3.
having won that toss. They'll be happy. He will be happy. Young Gaston figures of 2 for 22. Shane Brathwaite has spent some time out there and he's watched a lot around him. Last over of this power play. Continues to be good. You probably think that maybe this might be his last. They hold back one from Samuel Badri alongside of me. Samuel, what has impressed you about the young man so far?
Yeah, I think his control, that has been really good. He is running. He has a really nice approach to the crease as well. And getting wickets for your team in the power play is so crucial. So he seems to have a clear plan as to what he wants to do. Yeah, a bit of a misfeel. Akim Ogis seemed to be the guilty party down there. That's not what you want as a bowler. But just look at his approach. And pulling through. So that's a very good action that he has to start off with. Gaston. Can he find another? You've already gotten the bonus point for getting 3 wickets in the power play.
What an absolute peach of a delivery. The length was perfect. The line was perfect. The only thing that didn't happen is that it didn't take the edge.
Yeah, just look at the length. His commitment to that length has been good. Just a little bit of a way movement off the surface.
Are you a fan of the classic movies, Badri? Don't worry, I'm going somewhere with this. Are you a fan of the classics?
Yeah, some of them.
You think back to a classic movie in which that name Gaston comes to mind?
Yeah, Disney special, isn't it?
A good Beauty and the Beast story there, huh? Senor Gaston. Able to scamper through, but he will look at this last over in the power play with just 3 runs from it, and they'll accept this, especially given how much teams look to capitalize on this moment, look to maybe take some momentum into the next phase.
Yeah, and from a Barbados Pelicans standpoint, I'm looking to see how they can improve upon their dot balls from their first game. 65 dot balls they had. Already recorded 18 inside the first 6 overs. So it's something that we'll continuously look at during the course of this tournament.
They'll accept this. Power play completed, 44 for 3. Got away to an absolute flare, but that dot at the top of over number 2, that being the wicket of Kadeem Aline. We saw a drop off there, and that's the type of impact that he can have at the top of an innings. It was a very important wicket for Gaston to pick up. Continues to go pace off, continues to utilize the surface. Let's take a look back at that power play. Barbados said that they were happy to have a bat first, and they were happy when they were seeing this. The shots from Kadeem Aline, oh, they were big and they were mighty. But then this moment, the moment that silenced them all, brilliant catch in the end being taken by Descartes. And then it was there and here. The 3 wickets to go down in that power play. And it meant that a lot of thinking to be done by these Pelicans. Two of them there to fall, being Boucher and Paris. Bishop to the right of them has to come. Yeah, the think tank for them in their coaching staff. How are they reassessing this position? Questions there. Oh, you look at the face of the umpire, and even he too probably said, oh, it looks close, but not close enough.
Yeah, disbelief. I thought that this one was close. Look how wide he bowls, though, from. Yeah, that was very, very close. This guy was absolutely convinced, but the man who matters, Zaid Basrat, wasn't.
Yeah, you wonder about angle, especially given that there is a bit of grip on the surface. But yeah, definitely looks good, especially given what you mentioned in terms of how wide he was. We go with umpire's call.
We have no choice. Yeah, but that would have been the consideration for umpire Basrat, where he's releasing from, how wide, but that looked good. Yeah, that's a wide. He sort of reminds me of Karen Pollard when he bowls this card. Lots of antics and then a lot of slower balls. So you're not going to get too much pace from this card, but you're going to get a lot of hand movements, flaring from left to right, etc.
Faint edge, maybe. Basarath once again unmoved.
Yeah, how many times after a huge appeal, the next appeal, whether it's out or not, some umpires give it out. Not umpire Basrat, though. He's too experienced, too good for that. Not a convincing appeal from the bowler anyway.
They've done this well in terms of quick singles at different stages of the innings. 7 gone, it's 49 for 3. It's time for us to have a party. That party is coming up very soon. The biggest party in sport, August 14th to September 24th. We look forward to seeing you all around the region for the Caribbean Premier League 2025. Of course, these young men on show will be looking to put their name into that hat, into the ring. Of course, in terms of new regulations, one player from each of these franchises will play in each of those CPL matches. Could it be Daryl Cyrus, the leggy? He has shined so far. Can he continue to do that?
Oh, yes, Pims. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Pims. Yes, Pims. Ace. Sir. Then I shy and me know on taller, 6 from 11 now.
Yeah, he remember how he started in that first game. Very expensive in his first 2.
Oh, yes,
but then he was able to come back quite strongly. And so if he gets a good start, that will continue to augment his confidence. It's nice to see the wrist spinners in action so early.
Yeah, this is also the end from which he picked up those wickets when he came back. So Alec Athenay is looking at that.
Yeah.
And opting to use him from that end first. Does well in that circle, Ryan John. A good right hand on that one. If not, it was a guaranteed boundary.
Yeah, seemed to have been the googly. Yes, it was. Started 2 straight and went further down the leg side, so he got away with that one. Thanks to some good fielding. Has that in his repertoire. Cyrus.
into space, releases the shackles maybe. Good work being done by Auguste on the boundary. But let's talk about that running, Samuel Badri. Just one for them.
Yeah, I'm hearing our colleagues next to us berating the running between the wickets. This should have been at least 2. Instead, he thought it was going to be 4, and it ended up being 1. Now he wants to push hard for 2. Just the single. That is what the Jamaica Titans did well in the earlier game, Joel. I think it was 16 twos they had when they batted. And something that, when I spoke to Kirk McKenzie, he said it was a deliberate plan for them to run hard between the wickets.
Tight first over to start from Cyrus. 5-3 for 3.
Let's have a look at Daryl Cyrus's action. He has a little bit of a hop at the start. Just want him maybe to pivot a little bit more on the front foot before he releases the ball. He sort of rushes through it slightly. Has good control though. John Eugene, senior member of that coaching staff, has been around the circuit regional cricket for a long, long time. Left of screen.
You would say the think tank for these Infernos. Just wonder, what are they scribbling there? One of the changes into this game and today's matchup, Ryshawn Williams. So left arm spin into the conversation. One of the overseas players in this franchise setup. Dropped short. And Wickham says, I can handle that. This is what this young man can do.
Yeah, that was hit with some level of disdain. He's short and he's straight and he's hitting with the wind. Good pickup. He knows that he just needs to get under that ball and it will generally sail away. There is a slight breeze which will assist with that stroke.
Short again, bang again. This time one bounce over the ropes. Pressure early on Williams.
Yeah, there's some familiarity with these two. So the moment he pulls down, this is a shot that you'll expect. Maybe not as powerful as the previous one, but a good result nonetheless. So wide, 6-4, 11 runs from 2 balls. So sort of making up for the last few overs, which were a little bit quiet from a Pelicans standpoint.
This time, he finds Auguste out on the boundary. Looks as if he's just flat and short at the moment, Samuel. Maybe trying to find that rhythm, get himself into the game.
Yeah, the first delivery was very wide outside off stump, and since then he's gone to a straight line. I don't necessarily know if that is the right plan. Much better, slower, outside off stump. Ask them to play in that direction, on that side of the field.
Yeah, you just wonder if maybe he almost pre-anticipated something from Wickham, and because of that knowledge of Wickham from back home, said he's going to go flatter first ball. But that pace just now better from him. Wide, but still, you look at that pace and you say that is what you'd want to see from him. It means that batters have to come towards it. Can't necessarily get the level of elevation or power into the shot.
Yeah, just going through his skill set in this first over to perhaps assess what might be the best plan, Williams. It's an expensive start, though. Can he close the over out? You see the direction that Wickham is looking.
A much better end, but damage was still said done in the over. 9 gone, 67 for 3. You look at that over there, and it brings some momentum back to the conversation. Where do they take it from here now? Still looking to build a platform as we get towards the halfway stage of this innings. He spent some time at the crease. Cheyenne Brathwaite brought into the game. Many know the power that he possesses, but that power has not been there as yet. 9 from 16 is where he stands. Is there something on that? Reactions tell you. Oh, more so the inside edge. Oh.
Going Scotty, going Scotty.
Straight back like a tracer bullet, and maybe enough on it. We'll have to check that, certainly. Looks as if body might have been in contact with the rope there.
Yeah, it might have been Teddy Bishop. He's not sure. I think that his lower body was in contact with the rope.
Teddy, right eye visa.
But we'll have to confirm. We might need another angle to confirm. And some desperation from Teddy Bishop. You can't tell from there either. This is going to be a difficult one.
Safe, Teddy. Come back by visa.
Let's see if we can decipher anything from this angle. Is that right foot touching whilst he's touching the ball? All right, there's no conclusive evidence, so well done, Bishop.
Questions being asked. Umpire Taylor know they want into the conversation.
I'm going Puffers. Oh yes, Scotty.
Yeah, something to interest and enthuse Cyrus. Pitches this one just on the stumps. Look at that. Really good rotation. Brathwaite played recently in Trinidad and Tobago, Joel, in our domestic T20 tournament.
Well, this one has gone high and far enough as well. That maximum takes us to the halfway stage. 75 for 3, and time for a beverage.
Yeah, they were in trouble early, the Barbados Pelicans. Second game in a row where they've lost 3 wickets in the power play, but Kevin Wickham has looked promising against the spin, and Cheyenne Brathwaite now beginning to find his rhythm. But this partnership, Carlos Brathwaite, the 2 Empire club mates, will enjoy the time spent at the crease. Thus far, work is far from over.
Yeah, they still want to rotate slightly better as we have a look at the New Orleans Infernos bowling effort. Keon Gaston, the pick with 2 for an expensive over, but a really good comeback over in the second and followed up with the third as well. Ryshawn Williams, a little bit expensive, and the hero from the first game, Daryl Cyrus, now getting into his work. So nothing to set the world alight from those figures, but they've done a very good job collectively to get 3 wickets at first and to restrict Barbados Pelicans to 75 for 3 so far.
It was tough to ask the off-spinner Ryshawn Williams to bowl from this northern end, but I assume it's a case of Daryl Cyrus also wanting the same end. So Williams had to bowl that over, and in the end, Wickham, to his credit, using the wind well to hit leg side. That was an over that helped change the rhythm. So now Alec Athanaze is playing chess. He goes for his next move, and it's Avinash Mahabir Singh. So another player who can spin the ball away from the 2 right-handers.
Yeah, just from a planning perspective, Williams was short and straight with the right-handers hitting with the wind. Maybe a better option is bowling a little bit slower, a little bit fuller, and a little bit wider. Ask them to hit those 6s into the wind through cover. And we can see Mahabir Singh has 2 guys up on the leg side and 2 guys back on the off side, using the angle from around the wicket.
Yeah, just a correction. I said he bowls left arm spin. He's bowling off spin, but from a different angle to where Williams operated. From around the wicket. Again, trying to bring that leg side into offside correction for the right-handers, where there is a subtle wind still blowing across the ground.
Yeah.
Very curious, Carlos, in his first game, how Cheyenne Brathwaite deals with this. First boundary after 20 balls. Wickham, a lot more experience, more comfortable so far. And he'll back himself against the spin. He plays the sweeps, both reverse and conventional. He plays the slog sweep like he attempted there.
Yeah, I prefer him to go straight. Straight is always the same hit regardless of wind direction. But he is very good sweeping, going across the line, whether to the leg side or the offside. And I think what the Barbados Pelicans would want is for the more experienced teammate, Kevin Wickham, to kind of usher and help Cheyenne Brathwaite through this period. His first game at this level. He has a lot of promise, but it's time to deliver. And we saw Alec Athanaze do that for his team. We want Kevin Wickham to do the same.
That shot there, it's one that they get a second. It's almost like a reverse sweep, but it's not something you see often the way he played it. But it's something he's played in Barbados, Carlos. You would have seen him at length play this shot.
And I don't like it. Play a traditional sweep. You bring your foot forward, your head is out of whack, your balance is all over the place, and you have to try to get that front foot that's no back foot back in the crease. At this level, the margins are so small, you need every millisecond that you can. You want your eyes as steady as possible, and you want to trust your hands. If so much is happening with your feet, it's difficult to be able to pick up the line of the ball properly.
Oh, yes, well,
But why then, Carlos, would he try to play the shot? There must be a reason why he wants to do it.
I saw Ollie Pope try it a few years ago for England and in the 100, and he got rid of it.
And this time, no innovation needed. That is all power and brute force.
forget dexterity. This is dominance. Rocking back, pulling. Splits the fielders perfectly.
Oh, yes, man!
Edge, there is an edge. So after going for the boundary, the perfect comeback from the franchise player.
Using the angle again, a little bit slower than the ball before. A little bit fuller as well, not allowing him to rock back and pull. I think it was the wrong decision by Brathwaite to try to get it as fine as he was trying to, and as a result, he's perished. 21 off 24, the Pelicans 85 for 4.
Promotion for Joshua Bishop, who has 2 first-class hundreds. One came this season. I think they're just checking something here. They've told Cheyenne Brathwaite not to leave the field. He's still waiting there before he goes off. Don't know exactly what they're looking for. I think fair catch. Now the ball was released by Dylan Douglas rather quickly, but I think Douglas is saying he threw it up in celebration. You've seen this a couple times in recent times in world cricket, where the celebration sometimes can be premature. Other times it could be the ball touching and making contact with the ground. But what's in question here is the catch and whether he held on to it to make it a comfortable catch. Love to see that in, yeah, see when he throws up in the air, it just comes out of the bottom of the hands. And in real time, obviously that's a slow-mo replay, in real time, it looks quite quick. Just the fact that he caught the ball and then gathered and then threw it up. It'd be hard to give that and say he didn't have control. This is real time, folks. Look how quickly it happens. But he did have it. He had it. He parried the bounce all the way to his right. And then when he went to throw it in the air, it slipped out. What do you think, Carlos?
Much ado about nothing. I do understand why the umpires are looking at it. If you have the technology, do use it. Another real-time shot. But you can see he catches it on his right hip. And then he moves to his left. And then he tries to throw it. Catch on the right hip, turn to the left, and then throw it up. And you can see as he goes to throw it up. And you have to ask, did he have control? In my opinion, he did. However, the name at the bottom, Dighton Butler, it's his decision to make.
Wow. That is big. And Cheyenne Brathwaite has been standing there for about 7 minutes. Yeah, Douglas is in shock. Yeah. It's inexplicable, really. I mean, we've had a lot today. Bats hitting helmets. Keepers throwing the ball in the air, it's slipping out, not out.
Yeah, a little unfair on Douglas, the keeper. For me, the control, or you know he's in control because he takes it on one hip, he pivots to the other hip, and then he tries to throw it. In trying to throw it, it drops out the bottom. If he gather it and then try to throw it all in one motion, I could understand. I didn't agree with that decision, but again, I am not the one in focus. It's the skipper. It's Mr. Dighton Butler, third umpire. This is real time. And he's adjudged it to be premature celebration.
Wonder how many Brathwaite goes on to make. In about an hour and a half or 2 hours time, we'll look back at this moment depending on what Cheyenne Brathwaite can do now. And how critical could this be in the complexion of the game?
Well, I remember my test debut playing an almighty hack, top of middle stump, gone from Melbourne back to Sydney, and then C overstepping and was fortunate enough to get a debut 50. So hopefully for Cheyenne Brathwaite, he makes his count.
Use of the feet. Excellent from Kevin Wickham, who is very strong against spin.
Nice poise from the young man, use of his feet, and then a nice calculated stroke. I always love to see good composure in young players when they're playing strokes. Doesn't seem frenetic, doesn't seem rushed. He spoke glowingly about the spin camp that he went to in India.
Goes again. In similar area, similar result. He's growing in confidence now, Wickham.
So nice, he's done it twice. Another good use of the feet again. Bang. Hitting and skipping off the surface, eluding the fielder.
Cyrus is under pressure here. Does he pull his length back? Yes, he does. Wickham will be very important. You think about the fact that they've only got 5 overs of pace left in the innings to bowl, so there will be spin on offer for him. He had to be responsible in the power play, make sure he got out of the power play, built a partnership, and now is looking to go up a gear. Good running as well. Ouch. 96 for 3. Much needed partnership for the Pelicans. We'll see how valuable it was after the innings is finished, depending on how many runs they get to. They've got power to come, we know that. Bishop, Young, Sion Hackett, who's playing today. But these two will want to keep that scoring rate above 8 and over and continue to push on. I don't mind this from Athenaeus. It's aggressive captaincy to go back to his off spinner. He almost produced the wicket in the last over. Now it can potentially produce one again. Off spinner to the 2 right-handers. But also there's always the risk with the right-hander and his matchup. Wickham looks very dominant at the moment.
Good planning from Kevin Wickham and good execution. Stepping across. He knows he just has to help it. Use the wind factor. Use the fact that square leg is in the circle and just time it. And he got 6 as a reward. Second 100, increasing, second 50, increasing in pace. 32 balls as opposed to 47 for the first.
You look at the field right now. This is like a fast bowler bowling a wide plan. Rarely do you ever see 2 fielders like side 3 on the offside. They're trying to force Wickham and Brathwaite to hit into the wind left of screen. And Wickham continues to adjust and is dominating proceedings.
This is sensational playing and attacking of spin. It's third or fourth time now he's used his feet. But he waits on it, assesses where he needs to hit the ball, and then produces the stroke. It's not a predetermined outcome. So many batters, when they use their feet, they're using the feet to just run down the track and swing. And more often than not, it's straight or to leg. Wickham has gone over extra cover on 2 or 3 occasions, and then just now, because it was close enough, he's gone straight. It shows the composure, it shows the poise, the ability to use your feet and then still wait for the line of the ball to make your decision, and the beautiful execution to get it over the rope on a consistent basis. I've enjoyed watching the way they've rolled and cycled through the gears throughout this partnership.
A bit of wiping. Athenes made his call. He made his call to be brave. Now he's got to live with the consequences. It has been a well-composed and responsible knock from Kevin Wickham in this half-century. His first of the West Indies Breakout League. Had to resurrect the innings in the power play. Now he's dominating.
Job not done, but well done so far to Kevin Wickham. Spot of bother as the Pelicans have found themselves in both games this season. And he's found a way to dig them out of the mire. The job is not yet done.
Last 22 runs have come in 5 balls. He's hit 4 boundaries. What can Cheyenne Brathwaite feed? How can he feed off of Wickham? What he's seen from the non-strikers end. We've seen him with the power. 25 deliveries, he's been there, he's set. Again wide, decent execution to end the over from Mahabir Singh, 112 for 3. Will be Darryl Cyrus. Remember, only one team has won chasing a score. Both teams will be cognizant of that. Pelicans will need a big score. He's got options. He's got options against the spin. How can Cheyenne Brathwaite, who's at the other end, Carlos, feed off of this innings from Wickham?
I think he needs to stay positive, play strong cricket shots. He's gone through a little phase now where he's trying to get Wickham on strike, trying to get a single. If he fails, it's a dot. How can you hit the sweeper?
He has thumped the bowling tonight. The sound off the bat, so forceful.
Technically sound. Just rocking back, opening up, allowing the bat to pass through horizontally, and such good contact. So many times you see players try to hit that ball to mid-wicket and pop it up in the air. He's hit through the line of that. I want to see Cheyenne Brathwaite now hit the sweeper. You can get a single hitting the sweeper, and Wickham has accelerated through his innings nicely, and Cheyenne Brathwaite will want to follow suit. From none to 20, 21 balls, trying to resurrect the innings, consolidate from 41 to 60, 7 deliveries. He's absolutely pressed gas.
78 runs in the last 5.5 overs. Now Cheyenne Brathwaite joins in. This is some ball striking from the Pelicans, who have finally found their mojo.
Good positive cricket from Cheyenne Brathwaite. Big hunk of a man. And he stepped into it. Yes, it's a massive 6.
Yeah, those 5.5 overs, Carlos, which continue to leak runs. No pace. It's been all spin. When does Athenaeus go back to either a Ryan John, a Gaston, or a Descartes?
Very good point. Sometimes our batters are so bad in the middle that you just get accustomed to bowling spin and thinking they'll get out. But Kevin Wickham is one of the better players of spin in the region. You have to counteract that now. Next over has to be a seamer.
I say go Ryan John. Go for your best bowler. Maybe planning to use him at the back end, but plans change. 1, 2, 5 for 3.
It's been a knock of immense maturity. Very composed to begin with. This was the over that set him off and got him going. And he's a proficient player against spin. Hits it all around the park, using his feet over cover on a couple of occasions, then straight. And when the length was brought back, he rocked back and pulled. And he's forming a very nice partnership with Cheyenne Brathwaite. The Pelicans will want this to go on for a longer period of time, well into the 16th, 17th over.
Bowling change right time over.
It's so difficult to bowl through, because you think about, if you're too full, he sweeps. You're too short, he can pull you. And then when you're on a good length, he uses his feet to convert length against the spin. Yeah, and as predicted, the pace is back into the attack. Has 2 overs of Descartes, 2 of Ryan John, and 1 potentially of Keon Gaston. And can Wickham now find that same aggression against the pace and maybe pace off deliveries of Descartes?
Descartes is also going to be a real tricky operator, because you feel as though pace has come back on. But I don't think he's bowling much quicker than a Daryl Cyrus or Mahabir Singh. Probably bowling very, very identical. So he comes off a longer run. You almost play for the pace, and then he rolls his fingers down the ball head as a light cutter or off cutter, goes wide on occasion. So they also need to be very smart with this over.
Again, very wily in his variations. That looked like maybe a leg cutter. Cross seam, maybe that's a sign of some due formation. Seen Mahabir Singh doing some wiping.
And just to elaborate on what you said there, Nikhil, people may ask, well, why cross seam if there's dew? If you hold the ball seam up, you feel like the whole wet seam is on your fingers and you don't have grip. If you hold it cross seam, you feel as though some part of your fingers are on the side of the ball that you can grip. You just feel like you're in a little bit more control, and this speaks to your point exactly. Trying to grab his hands in the ground and get it as dry as possible.
The patience and the awareness of the field. This has been some innings.
Good cricket. Not trying to fight with a lack of pace, just helping it. He knows where the fielders are. Got the line, got the length, and just helped it over the field for 4.
If Drew is coming in already, Carlos, they've got 3 spinners. So they will understand these 2 at the crease and those to come. The importance of maybe getting 10 to 15, maybe 20 extra runs because of how wet it is. Their wrist spinners got to grip the ball. Their finger spinners have got to grip the ball.
We've seen the Guyana team do it in CPL a lot. Will the Barbados Pelicans be wily and take the risk of bowling their spinners up front with the dew factor as opposed to the traditional way of using them in the middle.
Good thing for Barbados as well is they've got some batters in there that bowl. So Kareem Aline, for example, can bowl some medium pace if need be.
You have Kevin Wickham who bowls off spin, leg spin and seam up and keeps as well, so he can do it all. But you look at Zishan Motara has to bowl 3, Joshua Bishop proficient bowling the power play, so is Junior Sinclair. So it's not a bad thing if they do go that route where they bowl the spinners in the power play and end with the pacers. That's the end of the 15, 132 for 3, the Barbados Pelicans.
A really good partnership this, 99 at the moment of 76 deliveries. Remember, they were 33 for 3. But since then, it has been Wickham and Brathwaite. It turns to Mahabir Singh now for his 3rd. Expensive in the last couple. Clean them up. Doesn't get that 100-run partnership on target from over the wicket, importantly, for Mahabir Singh, and gets the wicket off the dangerous Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, change of angle, change of ends, and it works immediately into the surface, straight at the stumps. Yeah, well heave across the lane, maybe not as short as he expected. Kevin Wickham ends a crucial partnership of 99. But he can hold his head high. Goes for 64. Well played by Kevin Wickham. 132 for 4.
Well, Joshua Bishop finally makes his way out to the middle. Had an attempt earlier, but had to return to the dugout. Very fast from Mahabir Singh. Previous delivery that got the wicket was a quicker one as well. Fired it in, kept a little bit low as well. Wickham not able to contend with that one. Off stump and middle stump disturbed. So he seems to be looking to fire it in. Can the batters use the pace and score behind the stumps? Yes, that's exactly what he does. But it's taken. Oh, he's dropped it. Discard. Shadrach Discard drops an absolute sitter. Straight down his throat.
Yeah, he caught a much more difficult one early in the game. Yeah, into the hands and straight back out. Second opportunity given to Cheyenne Brathwaite.
Bishop goes this time. Mahabir Singh on target. Bishop, his stay is quite brief. So a double wicket strike for Mahabir Singh.
Yeah, this flatter trajectory, faster, straight at the stumps working. Bishop trying to give himself room to open up the offside. Cannot make contact. Has to walk back for 1. 2 wickets in the over. 1, 3, 4 for 5.
Incoming batter, Naeem Young. 134 for 5, 15.4 overs.
Middle, please. Ashia to you. At center.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right arm over, 2 to come.
Thank you.
Naeem Young, the new batter for the Pelicans. Another fast delivery from Mahabir Singh, who started playing in this game, he said, when he was 5 years old. The value of bowling stumps to stump. You can't afford to miss when it's straight on the stumps. A very good over from him. 2 wickets and 4 runs from the 16th. 136 for 5.
Just to remind you that tomorrow we also have to liaise with the schedule, 2 p.m.
The 2 partnerships are there of note. 28 from just 13 deliveries, and then that 99 that really dug them out of a hole. Gave them a platform for the last 5 overs. Just 4 runs coming from the first of those 5. And still 5 wickets in hand. 24 legitimate deliveries left. How many can they get? They'll have to get a few more than you normally would because of that due factor. And John back into the attack, 1 for 14 from his 2 so far. No doubt they'll be targeting leg side. What sort of field does he have? Deep point, sweep on the boundary, offside, so he has protection there. Also has 3 fielders deep, leg side. So he has options. Third and fine in the circle. Crunched, drilled all along the carpet. What a shot from Brathwaite.
Absolute brute force. Narrowly missing that Yorker, Ryan John. But Cheyenne Brathwaite has been here for some time now. He's been there from ball 1. And that's all he needs. Doesn't try to get under it. Pits the gap and pits it to perfection. Pressure on Ryan John.
If he misses that length with mid-off in position, it's quite risky. Goes leg side this time. Look at that. No look from Cheyenne Brathwaite. Consecutive 4s to start the over. They're enjoying it.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying it too. This is what Cheyenne Brathwaite does so well when he's confident. It's what we've come to know about him in watching him play in Barbados and around the Caribbean in franchise leagues. Almost indescribable, really. But he does so well to play the field to perfection. No fielder behind screen on the leg side.
Yeah, there's a change in field now. Long off in position. The angle changes as well. Round the wicket. Brathwaite recently played club cricket here in Trinidad in a T20 league. He squirts it to the offside. There is protection. There is a bit of a misfield which should allow him to come back to retain the strike. And not what the bowler wanted. Would much prefer bowling to the new batter. Instead, he has to bowl to the very well set Cheyenne Brathwaite, who has gotten some fortune so far. A caught at the wicket, adjudged not to be taken cleanly or for long enough. Wicketkeeper was not in control, as deemed by the 3rd umpire. Smashes it again. Should get 4 again. An expensive over. 3 4s. 14 from it so far. This is the power of the man.
And you can hear him berating the fielder at extra cover. He needed him to do better. Not terrible execution on the part of Ryan John, but now he's being made to pay. 3 boundaries and 2 runs. That's 14 from the over already with 2 left. Dylan Douglas, the culprit on that occasion. Apologies. Cyrus, the culprit.
Yeah, he was on 21 when that court wasn't given. He's made them pay. In the air. Falls just short and it goes for 4, and that's a 50 for Cheyenne Brathwaite. They all enjoyed that knock. He's been gifted a few from the fielding team and he's absolutely capitalized. Wonderful knock from the young man.
It helped along the way, but he deserved this. He really deserves this, Cheyenne Brathwaite, and it shows you the value of staying at the crease. It gets a lot easier. 18 from this over already.
Now we've seen 2 really splendid knocks here tonight already. And this one still going on. Kevin Wickham was splendid too. 18 runs from this over, 1 delivery remaining. Good end. Just a single. He retains the strike though, importantly. 155 for 5, 17 gone. Two extremely tall towers there, the second over and that last over, the most expensive of the innings, despite losing 2 wickets in the previous over. So they've got 18 legitimate deliveries left, 155 on the board. How many will they end up with? No team has broached that 200-run mark just yet. Highest score so far in the tournament, 173. So that's on their radar. That's gone. The sound of the bat, so sweet. Really splendid stroke play from Brathwaite. Mellifluous, that sound.
Yes, amazing how quickly things can turn around. He spent some time at the crease and he said to the Infernos, "You've given me opportunities, I'll take them gleefully."
Yeah, they're called the Infernos, but he's on fire. Cheyenne Brathwaite goes again. He's telling his non-striker to push hard because he wants to strike. Doesn't get it. Powerfully built man, strapped it so he can hit a long ball. You'll see these strokes along the way, showing his power, leg side dominant, but he also has power through the offside and some flair to go with that. 3 sixes in the innings. Marvelous. Has protection there. So just a single. Yeah, 173, the highest score thus far. Shakira, what has impressed you the most so far in this Pelicans innings?
Yeah, just that partnership to rebuild the innings. They knew they had to lay a platform, the Pelicans, from which they could launch. They've spoken about the Joe factor, so they have to get beyond 170. Yeah, now they're in a position to be pushing for 200 runs. Show great composure. And Kevin Wickham, so much has been said about him, but he's led from the front finally. It's what we want to see as West Indian fans. Then Cheyenne Brathwaite. He's been really good in this second phase of his innings.
Yeah, that's gone again. That's a gift for Cheyenne Brathwaite. Really baseball-like in his stance. And he plays that shot backward of square really, really well.
Yes, strong wrist, really strong wrist. To get that ball behind square from almost middle and north. Oh, that's impeccable timing as well. He's on a roll, Cheyenne Brathwaite.
Yeah, just have a look at his setup when next he's ready to take strike. Cheyenne Brathwaite, really high back lift, and he's upright, similar to what you see baseball batters doing. Yeah, just there. So look at that. Quite unique. Smashed again. Some self-preservation there for Descartes. 13 runs from that over. 168 for 5. Just have a look at this. Not too many batters in world cricket do that with that high back lift. So as a bowler, you might be thinking to fire in those Yorker because it would be a little bit tricky to get the bat down in time. But so far, he's batted with a plum. Brathwaite 64 from 43. Wickham 64 from 46. That 99-run partnership taking them to this position of strength. Right, John again. He was expensive in his last over. Up for the challenge again. Can Brathwaite repeat? Finds the gap again. That wrist of which you speak, Shakira, quite evident. He's really toying with them out in the middle.
Wrist, and some will say risk. You see, hit that so fine from off the stumps. The margin for error is so small. Bowling at Cheyenne Brathwaite at this stage of the innings. They're entertained. And they're probably wondering how he gets it done.
Yeah, you've heard about risk and reward. That's risk and reward. Yeah, that non-striker should be hearing down and back, yes, to give him the strike. Naeem Young, not that he can't hit it himself, but Brathwaite is on a roll. He gets the strike due to a fumble. Nothing's working for Ryan John. He wants to bowl to Naeem Young. He can't.
Yeah, highest score so far in this West Indies Breakout League. It tells you that the batting is getting so much better. The surfaces are getting better. And the players are improving as well.
Does he have enough? You bet he does. Slower delivery or not. Cheyenne Brathwaite is hitting everything out of the park. He's raced along to 76. This is brutal from Brathwaite.
How has he generated so much power? It's the leg cutter way outside off stump. He's taken that from that wide line, and somehow he's managed to pump that into the stands over long on.
And a helicopter at the end of that stroke, the follow through from Brathwaite. Down the ground, just a single this time. Yeah, that was anticlimactic.
Yeah, Ryan John probably thinking all I had to bowl was a full toss. The worst ball, and he hasn't managed to middle it, striking at above 160 now. Brathwaite. Yeah, and there's a Pelicans fan. I'm sure they're all enjoying this display of batting.
Red dot delivery, that's absolute gold. And for Ryan John and the Infernos, they've been burnt badly by Brathwaite. A little bit of alliteration there, Shakira. Right, one delivery left for Ryan John. He's been expensive, 1 for 46. Straight back over his head. He can't close off the over. That's a brilliant strike from Naeem Young. He gets into the act. 50 up for Ryan John. 1 for 50 from 4. 185 for 5. Yeah, those last 3 overs, it's been really steady from the Pelicans after the second over where they were quite quiet in the power play. But they've constructed this innings well. 260 is the strike rate for Brathwaite off the bowling of Ryan John. He scored 34 runs from just 13 deliveries. They'll be looking to end with an exclamation here. Gaston, who was impressive up front, back for the final over. 185, can they get to 200? Yeah, that's a good start. Off cutter into the surface, into the body, and gets him off strike.
Yeah, really clever from the youngster Gaston. And you can see there Cheyenne Brathwaite telling him it was well bowled, outfoxing with the variation in pace, but importantly, it was at the body. Good start to the final over.
Another slower ball into the surface. So clear plan from the young man. If he has to get hit, he's thinking go into the wind mid-wicket. There is a slight breeze, so something at least to work with for him. Yeah, unlucky, really unlucky. If you're Gaston, fortunate if you're Naeem Young. Not exactly where he wanted it to go, but he gets the result he was after.
Yeah, fortuitous for Naeem Young, giving it a mighty swing. Manager bottom edge, sharp fine in the circle, gets the boundary the Pelicans wanted.
Yeah, going against what he did previously. Decided to go for the Yorker, nailed it. What is he thinking for these 2 deliveries? This is the type of pressure, Shakira, that really builds a young player. He will learn from this. It's the learning curve. Whatever happens in these final 2 deliveries. Back of the bat, we've seen everything today, haven't we? He was aiming leg side, played early, and then with the follow through, gets the ball with the back of the bat, past third for 4. How fortunate was that?
Yeah, he's done it all today, Cheyenne Brathwaite. And with what he's done, he can maybe argue that this is a shot in his arsenal. He could argue this was intentional. Unlucky again for Gaston. He's been excellent in this over so far, and 10 runs from it. Final delivery coming up. How many can Brathwaite get?
Yeah, it's gone for 4. They fall narrowly short of a bonus point for getting to 200. The Barbados Pelicans. But what an innings from Cheyenne Brathwaite. 85 from just 50 deliveries. That partnership, 65 of just 26. And an exclamation point to finish off the innings. It's been a brilliant comeback with the bat after being 33 for 3 and 3.1 overs. 68 from the last 5 overs, 63 from the last 4. There are reasons to smile and to applaud. Captain Naim Young is pleased. Andrew Richardson is pleased. Everyone will be pleased with that Cheyenne Brathwaite knock. Alec Athanaze is one man who wouldn't be. He has the top score thus far in this tournament, 91. He'll need to back that up in this one. Remember, he won the toss and he wanted to chase because of the dew factor. Well, this would be some chase if they're able to hold this target down. Yeah, just reflect on the innings. Allen got off to a wonderful start, 22 from 11, but then they lost the 3 wickets quite quickly. Brathwaite and Wickham, a 99-run partnership, 64 from 46 for Wickham. That was a really splendid knock. And the partnerships, look at those, the 3 of them for the first wicket, then that 99, and then an unbroken 65 from 26 deliveries, 199 for 5.
Inferno's bowlers taken to the bleachers, literally. Ryan John 1 for 50 from his 4 overs, 2 wickets for Gaston, 2 for Mahabir Singh. Williams was expensive. This carrot pretty good.
Yeah, let's head pitch side with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Kevin Wickham, 64 from 46 today. Kevin, you came in at 33 for 3. What was your initial plan?
My initial plan was to just bat my way right through the innings, knowing that once I bat for long periods, that I could come up with a big total.
You were 28 off 27 at one stage. How did you pace your innings?
Well, I know that I'm very strong batting spin, so like when the spin come on, it's my time to dominate, and I went with that plan, and it worked very well for me.
Tell me about the way you set up against the spin. How does that help you give you options against it?
Well, my aim is always to score, so I'm always in an attacking position, knowing that once I get in a good position, I can still defend. So it works very well for me today, and hopefully going forward.
99 runs together with your club mate back home, Cheyenne Brathwaite. What was discussed between you two as to how you wanted to play that situation?
Well, Cheyenne wasn't going as well as he would like, obviously because the wicket was a bit slow to start. And I think once you get in on the pitch, is exactly what I was telling him, and the score tells the tale. And Cheyenne scored 85 off of 50 balls, and it really helped the team get it to a really massive total.
With the Drew formation out here and the 199, what do your bowlers need to do to defend this?
I think once we utilize our skills as much as possible, I think that we have enough assets in our team to defend this 199.
Well played today.
Thank you very much.
A West Indian batter who is confident against spin. Windward Islands Infernos, well, they need 200 runs to win this one. It will be an exciting chase. We'll get to that after the break.
We're at the halfway stage of this matchup. Match number 6 of this West Indies T20 Breakout League. Barbados Pelicans and the Windward Islands Infernos. We're calling it a fight under the lights. Round 1 of the fight done and dusted. 199 for 5. You would say the Pelicans have put together a bunch of punches in this one. Cheyenne Brathwaite shined with that 85 from 50 deliveries, and it was not out as well. You would say the innings of the tournament as it pertains to the Pelicans. You had Kevin Wickham there with a 64 as well. All in all, helping them produce the highest total of this tournament thus far. Here is that 85 from Cheyenne Brathwaite. In terms of the beginning of it, things were a little slow for him, but as he began to get an understanding of the pace, you saw shots come from all parts of the ground. And it was very stylish and elegant from him. He has a range of shots that many can probably say they're unable to play. That partnership of 99 from 77, led primarily by Kevin Wickham, who was getting the flow of things during that innings. 64 for him in that partnership. Got himself a 50 as well. Wickham flowed very easy. Would say it was all about that timing, especially at the beginning of the innings, and then as things drifted on, you saw a bit more power from him. You saw class and skill being used. A couple occasions he used his feet to the spin as well, and it really told you about the nature of this young man and the talent that he possesses, and what many are hoping to see not only in this tournament but years to come as well. Windward Islands Infernos, they would think that maybe things were going for them a little earlier with the ball, but that back end of the innings, things got a bit expensive. Wickets for John Gaston, he was good up top with the ball. Mahabir Singh, he was the other wicket taker, but by and large, they might think that they did themselves a little injustice in the field in small moments. A catch or two that went down, but that part of the fight is done and dusted. It's time for them to have a bat. They will need to get the biggest total that we've seen so far in this Breakout League from 120 balls. 200 is what they are chasing. Barbados Pelicans, they will feel somewhat more of the settled when you think about the two sides. That 199, we talk about scoreboard pressure, and there's a lot of pressure on the board. On the flip side of things, though, you just wonder if maybe such a big total makes it that much easier in terms of the chase for the Infernos, and think of, you know, just going after it, all guns blazing and enjoying themselves out there in the middle. Well, things will be changed up top just from this visual alone. I've got Carlos Brathwaite alongside of me. Carlos, you're a man that enjoys a good fight. How do you think this one might shape up?
Oh, it's exciting, a tantalizing battle in store in this second innings. As you rightfully said, sometimes you find it a little bit more difficult to chase a 120, 130. How do you balance attack and defense? When you're chasing 200, however, the task is very simple. You have to get going quickly, and you have to keep going consistently. And I'm very excited to watch this pair, left hand, right hand. Jeremiah on the left, ironically, and Ryshawn Williams on the right.
Yeah, last words of motivation and inspiration from the captain, Naeem Young. He'll be satisfied with what his troops would have done with the bat. But can he marshal them now with ball in hand? They wouldn't want to get complacent in this chase. They would want to do the right things, and they would want to do them early, pick up early wickets, get themselves some bonus points in the power play, keep things tight in those middle overs, and seal the deal within the back end. Proceedings will start. Looking as if maybe left arm seam, as Ramon Simmons is up there. He'll be hoping that if it's with him, he gets a bit of shape. We think of Jediah Blades being bowled from this end, and the away movement that he got to the left-handed batters. We think about shape back in to the right-handed batters as well. So here we go at the top. Johan Jeremiah. He'll be hoping that he can get this innings off to a flyer. In this game, Rayshawn Williams, and placed at the top of the order as well. Many who've seen him in various T20 and T10 competitions will know what he can do at the top of an innings. Going to start with a slip. Is Simmons. So things look set here for this reply. The biggest chase of this breakout league is about to begin. Probably brushes something on the way through. Yeah, just looking at that slip, Gordon more so at a second slip there. Is Kadeem Aline. You think it's probably more so for that shape, but you could tell me there, Carlos Brathwaite.
Yeah, I think, you say second, 2.5, yeah, maybe second. On this shot, him just being slightly staggered, I could understand. And I could understand it with the pitch being a little bit slower than normal, according to Kevin Wickham in his flash interview. But I don't know, I just love to see the slip a little tighter to the keeper. I prefer the ball to go on the outside of the slip versus between the slip and the keeper. So if you have that space, be able to cover it.
Opens up the account for the Infernos. And it brings Williams onto striking. You can expect a lot of chatter out there with him on strike. These boys will know him well. They will know his scoring areas, his scoring shots. He'll enjoy that, getting himself off the mark. Williams, he will want to make a statement here against what will be his home franchise. There's a lot of pride and bragging points on offer here in this particular contest. An initial question of height and an initial question of that angle as well. But what's also noticeable is that we've not seen any shape away from the left-handed batter that we saw with Jedediah Blades.
Yeah, just sliding on with the angle. Probably missing leg. You saw that with the first delivery board as well, which probably took the pocket of the batter and as a result wasn't called a wide. So it'd be interesting to see if that's purpose work or if it just isn't shaping.
Two from the over. It's two without loss. Who did they go with from the other end? Visuals tell us. It's a bit of off spin from the other end. It's going to be Sinclair, but not just any Sinclair. It's going to be Junior Sinclair with ball in hand.
Love the wardrobe. The blue and yellow shoes to match back with the kit. Very well put together, sir.
Come fellas, come fellas, come fellas. Mammoth Toro, Mammoth Toro. Good start. I taking those.
You would say maybe a quiet start for Sean Williams. And yeah, you're looking at those two balls, but he's a young man that likes to jump start an innings. You see him at the other end rehearsing a shot or two. And at what stage will we see that? Of course, they're looking at 200. How much pressure does that place on them in this power play phase, Carlos?
I think you have to know your game. Some people need a quick start. Some people can absorb a slightly slower start, knowing that once they get going, they have the boundary striking ability to not only catch up, but surpass the required run rate.
This will help in the pursuit, finding themselves at 200. 5 wides from Sinclair.
Yeah, arrowed in and sliding all the way down, not collected by the keeper. Interesting ploy though, because angling the ball in means that he's making it easier for the left-hander to help him with the wind.
Not much to work there. And I think that's probably where he might want to be more often than not. But even that can still get dangerous. That angle going into that left-handed batter. If he gets himself into a good position, that helps over that short, fine position.
Hold your skill, Jeremiah, because it's now not necessarily hitting it. It's just helping it, using the pace on offer.
Yeah. Ready, boys? Keep going, man, keep going.
Won't want to give Williams any arms. That is right, Sean Williams.
Jesse Lane.
That is what he brings to the contest, and that is why he's at the top of the order.
He's still behind.
Welcome to the Breakout League, Roy Sean Williams. First time he got the length to get under it. And such a pure swing of the bat. Good timing all the way for 6.
You hear it from the keeper. Just pull that length back a bit.
When you talk about analysts and familiarity, more often than not, the off spinner, especially forcing the right hander to hit into the wind, would have a long on. They have a long off for Williams, so they know the power he possesses when he gets arms.
Tries to go again, but that area. But what he did there is that length. Didn't have the length for that particular shot. Had to manufacture it on that particular occasion. Well, he manufactures one that goes in his favor to close out 2. 19 without loss.
Yeah, I got some width on offer. Knew there's no one on the leg side in front or behind square. And made the most of the opportunity.
You look at that 181 and you say that they're quite some distance off, but it's all about how you put together the innings. You look at 19 without loss and you say they've made a decent start to this. You think about it like that likes of Alec Athanaze still to come in this side as well, and he's in a patch of form, you would say, from that first innings, rather that first match. Change of bowling, so left arm seemed to start, right arm medium fast to continue in Kadeem Aline. Starts wide down the leg side. Looking at this move is a case of looking to rotate bowlers, or maybe they've seen something out there, Carlos.
Not exactly sure. Self-proclaimed El Professor. Extremely talented cricketer. Be interesting to see what they see to bring him on this early. A little bit of shape. We didn't see that shape from Ramon Simmons. Hits a good length and can roll his fingers across. Well, actually not even swing, but still shape off the seam. That maybe have been a consideration. Get a more hit the deck bowler as opposed to Ramon Simmons that tries to swing it a lot more. But it is a risk. Let's see if it's backed.
He's going to take him on, Jeremiah. It doesn't matter who the professor is. Oh, the teacher is Johan.
Yeah, making the play, Jeremiah. A little shimmy down the track. And even though it's into the wind, he's backing his arms, his timing, and the use of the pace given by Kadeem Aline. And he did it to perfection.
You just wonder if he might prefer this, Johan Jeremiah, in comparison to the left arm seam that he had early up. Looks as if pace off there.
I thought Joshua Bishop would have been an option from this end as well. The spin got taken apart in the first innings, but in the middle overs, we spoke about the Jew. You have Zichan Matara, the leg spinner, who'd have to bowl 3. You don't want to back end too much of your spinners overs. So with all due respect to Kadeem Aline, better than a part-timer, but not one of the front line bowlers I would have expected to see Joshua Bishop, who'd have done it in the CPL before.
Is that full enough? Yes, indeed it is. Basaraf says it's good. The professor.
Yes, bro. Yes, bro. Jesus. Oh, wait, rubbish. Straight to Republic Bank, straight to Republic Bank.
Decision vindicated. Full, straight. Jeremiah walking cross again. The length was full enough. And if it would hit the stump, more often than not, it pitched in line. Jeremiah gone for 8. The Infernos, 26 for 1.
Different country, fellas.
Number 3, Alec Athanaze.
I don't get anyone. Next up.
The captain, Alec Athanaze, comes in on the back of that 91 that he got in game number 1, and it's truly what set up the win for them in that one. Different contest, different night, different fight though for him. And there's that shape, that seam away from the left-handed batter. Jeremiah though was looking to go again, but this one full And that's truly what did the damage on this occasion. Yeah, he didn't even look back. He knew it was gone from the time it struck those pads.
Yeah, it was smart bowling as well. He realized Jeremiah was trying to go across. He did that when he ran down at him and hit him for 6. And he thought, if you're going to keep walking across, I'm going to go straight.
Yeah, that hammy can cause problems.
Yeah, probably the better decision there against going for it. Successful over, though, 26 for 1. Well, probably not the start they would have wanted, but when you look at the fact that Williams is still there, Athene is still there.
Oh my God! I'm running out there, running out!
Things have begun to get a bit questionable in terms of the running aspect of things.
How's that hammy, boys? Keep going, Sinky.
And I think it goes back to that scoreboard pressure. Looking to get things ticking over. Not looking to soak up too many dot balls. Striking it beautifully, fiercely. Oh, the Inferno might be burning here.
It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. You got to let it all because you can't run.
Loving the commentary from Boucher. Beautiful strike again. Very handsy. Nice flowing levers through the line and the length of the ball for maximum.
The conversation out there is that he can't run. That's what Boucher is saying. But who needs to run when you're hitting it like this, Carlos Brathwaite?
You still need to run your partner's runs. But he did have a little hamstring tweak in a recent T10 tournament. That's why he missed the first game. So there will be a consideration for the Barbados Pelicans bowling to him and throwing at his end.
Changes the angle. Does it change the result? Yes, it does. Kadeem Aline on the ropes. Sinclair has done it. 6 and out. Williams is on his way out.
Change of angle. Kadeem Aline watching it all the way. Never believing it was 6. Always in the hunt. Threw the paws out, caught it. Then it was time to settle your feet. Stay within the rope. And a nice little dance at the end. And they're overjoyed with that result. They know the damage it could do. There will be no more damage done tonight by Ryshawn Williams. 32 for 2, the Infernos.
Teddy Bishop now finds himself in the middle. They'll be looking for something from him.
Oh my God! Cricket look different, boys.
They're looking to go again, Williams, but this time that angle and pushing that ball even wider. And because of that, didn't get the connection. But that grab and that dance. Oh, who said? And that flip. Yes, sir. You've grown to love the athleticism from these young lads. Carlos Brathwaite would never dare do that.
Oh, God, you can't miss.
I could probably do it once, Joe, and then be wheelchair bound.
You know how much you chasing, Teddy? You're just having enough.
To think
Keep working, boys, keep working.
to do it so effortlessly.
Nothing. Oh, God.
Elegance from Teddy Bishop. All timing and all placement on that one. 36 for 2.
Really smashed this one through cover all along the ground as well. A lot to love about that shot. Not a man moved.
Not a man moved, not even the cameraman. Still the ink from voting on his finger, I can see that. Capturing the images of tonight. Laser focused, you would say. He's got his eyes on the prize, or maybe his eyes are on us, who knows?
It's proving so far to be a good decision to bring Kadeem Aline on. Spoke about Ramon Simmons not getting much movement. And we see Kadeem Aline getting a bit more movement off the surface, taller bowler. And the Infernos sharing a similar trajectory of their innings, 37 for 2 as opposed to 36 for 3 for the Barbados Pelicans. But this is also the talent of Kadeem Aline. Can open bowling, can open batting, excellent fielder. We saw the grab on the boundary. There's a lot to love about his skill set. Tall guy, powerful, good player of spin as well, or at least attacking spin, scoring off spin.
A little earlier, the reason why they got up to that 199, this young man was a big part of that, getting himself 85 not out from 50 deliveries, shots to all parts of the ground. It was brutal. And then you had shots like that, whereby you just wondered, how did he manufacture things of that nature? They're happy with that innings, though, and they'll hope that is it, you know, in a winning cause. Top run getters in this one at 85 slides him up to position number 4. Alec Athenaeus, though, he stands on 92. How much more does he add tonight? Can he go to position number 1? And beyond that, can he take his team up in terms of the ascendancy of the points table?
No, he's done this on a couple of occasions and received no on a few of them. I think dropping and running gets him going. Boundaries get some people going. For Alec, it's dropping and running. Soft, supple hands, supple wrists, dropping the ball in the gap and running. He was unable to get some rhythm with Ryshawn Williams because of his hamstring niggle. Let's see if he finds a little bit of rhythm with Teddy Bishop.
Well, you've seen a difference already in that running that you're referring to in terms of that rotation of strike. Just 4 runs from this 5th over. How does he close it out here to Athenaeus? Closes things out well. 2 solid overs from Aline, 40 for 2.
Mount Simmons bowled the first over of the innings. Now a change of ends to bowl this 6th over. So first and last over of the power play. Deep backward square, deep point. Yeah, he likes his offside Teddy Bishop. Hello to Samuel Badri.
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, everyone. This year is a critical partnership. No team has ever chased 200 at this venue, so this would be history in the making if the Infernos are to achieve this target. Alec Athenaeus, he holds the key. A wonderful start to the tournament for Alec Athenaeus. 91 led that batting when they were in a spot of trouble. A real mature innings from him. They need their captain once again. He has international experience, the most experience of all the players. Can he get himself in, and can he dig deep?
Bit of flair. The West Indian flair on that shot from Alec Athenaeus.
Yes, the final over of the power play might have in the back of their minds a target of 50. And then through the middle, they'll have another little mini target. And I think planning throughout the innings is such a crucial part, particularly when you're chasing, to break it down into smaller, manageable chunks. That is a difficult task in itself. Yeah, the aforementioned 91 from Alec Athenaeus. They lost a couple wickets early, and so he had to graft. And once he got himself set, we know of his range of stroke play, both sides of the wicket. And that was a really intelligent, mature, and skillful innings from him. And so much so that we've now come to expect that from the international pro.
Yeah, aerial.
Backing.
And the one thing Athenaeus spoke about as well, Sam, after that knock was, as you said, the timing and the tempo. So he had to wait. He kept saying he wanted to go, he had to hold himself back because of the importance of his wicket, but also the way the innings was structured. He was 50 off 35, and his last 5 overs is where he really opened up, struck at 180. If he's there to the 15th over tonight, they would feel like they've got a great chance to chase this. Top class to end the power play, 52 for 2. Yeah, slightly ahead. Pelicans were only 75 for 3 after 10. Now, obviously, they had such a big final 10 overs. These Infernos will be thinking, we don't need to necessarily save everything for the back end. We can continue chipping away. Asking rate is, yes, 10.5, but if you continue getting boundaries in the middle overs With the occasional big over, you stay within touching distance. Having enough power with Dylan Douglas, Descartes, Akimo Geese, who we haven't seen as yet. Yeah, Joshua Bishop bowled mainly in the power play. 2 overs in the power play a few days ago, 2 for 11. Tonight, different role. And this is where Naeem Young comes into play a lot. The Jew formation is heavy out there. He's got 4 overs or 3 overs of Azishan Motara, the wrist spinner, to battle. He's got his other 2 spinners to deal with, and pace. How he structures these overs could decide the game.
Absolutely. Now we have a case of Teddy Bishop on strike against Joshua Bishop, but we don't have Ian Bishop. So one of the Bishops isn't here.
Yeah, I got 2 on the field.
Yeah, intriguing how he utilizes the bowlers. You can see every one of them with a rag trying to dry the seam. I'll be looking to finish on the stumps, you'd think, to start.
There has been some turn for the spinners tonight, but the problem is the ball has been hard to grip. Naeem Young does have 4 seam options he can go to himself. He's got Sion Hackett into the team. We've seen Aline and Simmons as well.
You look good here. You look good here.
And importantly, there's that right-left combination out in the middle. So if this partnership can flourish for a few overs. Shot. There is a fielder there, so straight to the fielder. Yeah, that right-left combination can off-put the captain and the bowlers. So can they use that to their advantage?
How does Athenaeus play this? He's talked so much about his tempo and waiting for the right moment. Usually he takes on this matchup, left arm spinner to left hander. Will he be patient or will he go? Good dexterity, should be a couple.
Yeah, and sometimes there is that expectation, isn't there? For the left-hander to take on the left-hand orthodox, and maybe a little bit of an ego thing as well. He is quite adept at playing the reverse sweep, the regular sweep, the switch it. So he has all the shots. Can he choose the correct one?
Remember, sometimes in the South Africa series here, South Africa had both deep point and deep backward square to stop him from sweeping. I like this from Bishop. You need 10.5. Keep the point in. Reverse, take the risk if you want, Alec.
No, man.
60 for 2.
Yeah, the power play is such a crucial part of the game. They got off to a quick start, couple boundaries. That was traveling. And then the LBW, full and straight. Umpire Bastarat deemed that it was in front. And then this catch from Aline on the boundary's edge. The Sinclair celebration. Yeah, the Pelicans 199, quite impressive. Brathwaite was brilliant. Wickham was sensational. We have another tight one on our hands. Yeah, they're finding a way to keep themselves up, these young ones.
She's turning the wrong way. That could be a future Shakira Selman. It's gone straight to the fielder. Captain gets captain in his first delivery. What a moment in the game.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the big fish. The wicket that they wanted hasn't gotten off yet in the innings. Alec Athenaeus and trying to break the shackles. Thick outside edge and straight to third. First ball for Young. He removes his counterpart. The third one down for the Infernos. Athenaeus goes for 11. 60 for 3.
Alright, fellas, we go. Stop playing. We go. Yeah. Bit of stump. Right arm over. 5 to come. Leg stump. Off stump.
Yeah, Kimo Geist, who opened the batting in game 1, now in at number 5. He's spoken about his exploits in the 2024 CPL, playing a part in the Kings winning. He's got a big part to play in if his team is to win tonight. Left-right combination in the middle.
Who's the run out? Yeah. Go back in.
Yeah, what a start to a spell. Naim Young, the captain, first ball. And getting the wicket of the prized wicket, really, of Alec Athenes. Yeah, straight to the fielder. Didn't have to move.
It's a line that teams bowl to Athenes sometimes in Test cricket. Even in game 1, the Guyana game, they bowled that wide line to him and tempted him. He loves width. Today, to his detriment. Question for you, Sam. When would you get that leg spinner on? We just saw him feel the ball, Zichan Motara.
Yeah, I think straight away from the other end, I know Bishop just bowled a solitary over. As the new batter is in the left-hander, which he might prefer bowling to the right-handers. Junior Sinclair seemed to have hurt his ankle. Might not have been from his celebration, but something out in the deep. Yes, so I'll get him straight on. Maybe another over for Bishop, and then Young can change things up. Yeah, that is Junior Sinclair. Right, it didn't happen there. He's okay. But there's always some apprehension when I see Junior Sinclair and Kevin Sinclair do that.
Yeah, running has been good. These two know each other very well. Played in the academy together for a couple of seasons.
Working, skip.
Under 19 World Cup back in 2022, along with Shakir Paris. And remember earlier today, Johnson and McKenzie, the running was a big element of that partnership and its success. Again wants to. Took a while, had the throw been better. In fact, that could be closer than we think. Ogis did not want the second. Bishop was urging him. How close is this?
Yeah, I think he's gone. There was that hesitation, that confusion, and even with an errant throw, the wicketkeeper did well. But we'll just need confirmation. An unfortunate way to go. Boucher with the direct hit. He's well short. Yeah, there was that yes, no, and in the end, he's found short. Confirmation there. Another one falls in quick succession. It was a short stay.
Just a little. Yeah.
Akim Ogis goes for 3, 64 for 4.
Right.
Dylan Douglas, who fought his way to 26, but it came in 32 deliveries. It was a challenge for him to find that rhythm tonight, chasing 200. Gonna need to find it a lot faster. Still no leg spinner. Joshua Bishop continuing.
One is it? Who backing me?
Yeah, good awareness from Boucher, though, to have the glove off and get ready to collect the throw.
Sorry.
Yeah, a bit of a misfeel initially, and then that hesitation. Yes, no, yes, no. And in the end, even with a poor throw, Boucher was able
Bullseye.
to get that direct hit. So good work.
Come Bish. Stay on it, boys. It's not over yet. We get down with that tail.
He saw it on the big screen. He gave himself a tap on the back. Bullseye, bullseye.
Oh my God.
Yeah, one of the most disappointing ways to get out. Let's have a closer look. There was a misfeel initially. Ogis was looking at the ball. Yeah, ball watching and not trusting your partner, not calling early enough. If you're not going, inform him in such a way that he knows. Yeah, that's 4. That's really errant from Joshua Bishop. A gift to Teddy.
Mike Goodrich is bringing a rag onto the field. It tells you how moist conditions are. Ball won't be easy to grip for the finger spinner.
On it. Hey.
Yeah, it was wet from the 8th over in the first innings. They started to wipe. So one of the challenges of playing your cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago, especially as we get closer to the summer, the humidity. And if a tactic from Young tonight is let's try to get them 6-7 down before we introduce Motara into the attack because of how wet that ball is. Let's try to win the game before we have a chance of losing it if he goes for runs. That has been really well struck. He looks on tonight, Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, much of the way that he's playing has been dictated by the score, so he has to keep going. 200, remember, is the target score. So he's bowling that straight line, and this is a superb stroke from Teddy Bishop. Maybe we'll want to adjust the line. A few of his deliveries have been straight. 2 straight.
Hit a 6, no way you can do.
Yeah, just a little bit of a chat from the wicketkeeper.
1-0 to Teddy in the Battle of Bishop, 77 for 4. The 4 overs of spin have gone for 47 in that first 9. This will challenge teams, especially when they play the night games, in terms of dealing with this moisture, dealing with the dew. Douglas likes to ramp. It was dismissed playing the reverse ramp in the last game, but both third and fine leg are up if he wants to take on that option.
Yeah, after this over, there's an opportunity for a drinks break and just to recalibrate for both teams, really. So if they can keep their wickets intact, Douglas and Teddy Bishop, and then see where they are and what they need to do in that back half. Run rate not too bad, it's just the wickets lost the issue.
It's important that they keep believing the Infernos. Remember, 75 is where the Pelicans were at after 10, 75 for 3. Yes, you've lost one additional wicket, but you're slightly ahead. You've got to believe with the Jew formation, as heavy as it is, the ball hard to grip for both spin and pacers, you've got to believe you've got a chance of winning if you can form a partnership, much like Wickham and Brathwaite did. Tell you, Sam, that was some knot. And to think that all that happened with him on 21, the controversy, then dropped on 31. Gets it away. Great placement and concentration from Dylan Douglas.
Yeah, precision. They've gotten up to 84 now. Couple deliveries in this over remaining. And like I mentioned, an opportunity for a drinks break and then formulate their plans for the final 10 overs. This game can go down to the wire.
Fielder is under it. Ball is not dry. Bishop does well. Hard to judge with the ball that high in the air. 5 down in the first 10 for the Infernos.
Yeah, precisely what they didn't want to happen in that particular over with the drinks break impending. Tried to go for a maximum, a lot of height. Don't underestimate the difficulty of this catch. Reverse cup, wet ball, well held. Yeah, a couple wickets for Naeem Young. Douglas has to go for 684 for 5 after 9.5 and a drinks break.
Windward Islands Infernos need a further 116 more from 61 balls. Get ready for the West Indies home full of energy series, where West Indies take on Australia in a historic summer of cricket, with games taking place in Barbados, Grenada and Jamaica starting on June 25th. Children under 16, well, they'll be free to all test matches. Then the T20 action lights up. Jamaica and St. Kitts from July 20th. Of course, head to windiescricket.com for all your details, for all of your tickets, and to make sure that you're a part of the action. Shadrach Descartes now finds himself in the fire.
One delivery to come. That's me, like? To you. A little more. Go. Yeah, that's me, like. Let's play again, Jen.
Turn nicely around the corner. Good way to get off the mark. Good way to bring us to the halfway mark as well, you would think. 10 to go, 88 for 5. You look at that and say, well, 5 wickets down, and that's probably the only part of the problem at the moment for the Infernos, because when you think about that rate, going at a decent clip, you would say, but can they build another partnership? Can Aline pick himself up another wicket? Yeah, those are the bowlers used so far. 5 so far for Naeem Young, and the 5 have done the job. Gets away with that one. I think Shakira Selman alongside of me might agree with that. Shakira, here at 89 for 5, who are you favouring? Where do you think this one might shape up as we head towards the business end of this?
Over 11 required and over from here on in. We've heard Samuel Badri speak about that scoreboard pressure. But you never quite know.
He's been timing it nicely since coming to the crease. And he's almost looked a different Bishop, you would say. Looks a lot more calm out there in the middle. He's not looked to overhit it. He's gotten himself into good positions. And that's what I'm talking about in terms of the positions that he's getting himself into tonight, Teddy Bishop. And they will like these signs because they're signs that tell you that he can bat deep into this innings. And yeah, we're talking about scoreboard pressure, but you also know there's pressure in taking a game deep. Can they get this game down to over number 17, 18, at which you just need a further, let's say, 24 or so to get that big over. And it's pretty much a shootout for that last over, that last 6.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop, 22 years old. Of course, he has that 1 ODI for West Indies. And he will want to remind people of why he was selected to that West Indies senior team. Has a lot of work to do, though. Remember that finish that the Pelicans had? Can they emulate what Cheyenne Prophet was able to do in those final overs?
will just be one, but you like the intensity is from Shadrach as well. And it tells you about the possibility of maybe turning those ones into twos. That's something that they will need to do in this phase of the innings as well, especially if they're not able to find those boundaries at the rate that they would like to.
Yeah, listen to Virat Kohli. He spoke about rotating the strike for as long as possible and then capitalizing on the bad deliveries. Taking the game as deep as possible. You keep yourself in with a chance the longer you're there at the crease. Cheyenne Bradford showed it gets easier the longer you're there.
Maybe can get two there. Looks as if it was good work being done out on that boundary by Naeem Young.
Yeah, good valiant effort on the boundary from Naeem Young. Putting everything on the line. Even though he can't afford to let his side relax. We saw what happened in that first game and we thought the Rainforest Rangers were out of the equation. And then they got so close in the end.
One to close things out. 11 gone, 9-5 for 5. Look at that back end of the innings. Look at those last 4 overs. 63 runs is what the Pelicans were able to get from those. Infernos will not want to have to do what Cheyenne Bradford did in the back end. So how much of the heavy lifting can they do in these middle phases? How much of Kevin Wickham's innings can they replicate in this middle phase of the innings? Change of bowling now. Overseas player in the side, Zion Hackett. Oh, wow, that has disappeared and gone with the wind. His introduction is a rough one.
Yeah, familiar with the conditions, Zion Hackett, but it seems as though the skirt had one up on him. Familiar with what he's looking to bowl. Uses the feet. Yeah, and what a hit into the stands.
Oh, by the eye, I count that 85, maybe 90 even. Oh, wow, Descartes, that is pressure on. A good start to the over, and what it does is that it puts pressure on a young man in his first game. How does he come back here? We talked about that middle phase of the innings. We saw Kevin Wickham do this as well at different stages of that innings. Apply pressure early in the over. All of a sudden, you find 15 coming out of the over.
Yeah, he hasn't allowed Zion Hackett to settle. There definitely will be some nerves. First game of this West Indies Breakout League, playing at home. So many expectations for the youngster. Descartes knows that.
What is the comeback delivery here for Hackett? Pressure on.
Yeah, good follow-up. Good follow-up. Even though he's gone for 6 already in the over, he knows that required rate is above 11. So anything lower than 11, he's done a good job. Because every time they don't get that 11, it continues to rise.
They're just pushing that one too wide. You understand with the field set what he's looking to do, has that protection out on that cover boundary. A ring of fielders in that offside as well. Long off his back for him. So naturally, he's pushing that ball across. Of course, going towards that leg side is with the wind. No prompts a change in the field as well. More protection for that wide line outside the off stump. What this also allows him to do is that he allows him to change that length, so he can go short outside the off stump or full. Goes back down the ground. Says come back and they get it. Good intent.
Working, say. Don't get too wide, bitch.
Yeah, this one drilled down the ground. But this is a better field. This is a better field. If he wants to go wide, now he has 3 fielders deep on the offside. That fielder who was behind square on the leg side is almost impossible to hit to if you're going so wide.
Just short. Yeah, always difficult to get the level of elevation that you're looking for, even though it's a full toss, simply because of the angle of that right arm over, or rather around it, the wicket. I said wrong, but in fact over. I was correct the first time, Sally. Thank you for correcting me. I'm looking at Teddy Bishop and thinking that he's playing the exact role that he needs to play in this situation. Yeah, you hope that he's not feeling much pressure out there. You hope that he's just enjoying the moment and will keep things going. Represents a good start for him, but they're going to need more than this. He becomes the anchor of this innings now. Yeah, that Jew factor, a big part of the conversation. And why too, the deeper you get this game, the more you might begin to favor maybe a batting side with the right resources in hand. You just need one slip out or two. Looking for something, Descartes gets nothing. 11 in the over, 106 for 5. Yeah, need for the physio to find herself out in the middle. Looks as if maybe a slight bit of damage. A lot of heavy strapping for Descartes. Yeah, here's what happened. Just looking to give it everything. Just ever so often you get that bit of a tweak in the wrist, tweak in the hand, just because of the effort and the energy going through it. We look at where things line up here, and here's where I go back to talking about taking it deeper. 106 for 5 at the position that they find themselves at. You look at that 96 for 3 there ahead. However, need to do a bit more of the lifting in this middle phase because they're not looking for that 63 off of 4 that the Pelicans got. Ramon Simmons back into the conversation now. This is what I'm talking about. Doing the heavy lifting in this middle phase of the game. And Teddy Bishop, he can handle the weight.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop playing his role to perfection. He's kept rotating the strike, but he stays ready for a delivery like this. Hitting with the wing, easy enough hit. Clears the Sham Mortara on the boundary by a mile. Surely this carrot will be telling him, just keep going. Stay here with me.
Brings a song to mind, Shakira. Won't you stay with me? Because I'm on my knees. Hopefully Bishop is not on his knees, though he's standing tall at the moment for his side. And he's looking good. And I go back to talking about the fact that he's not for... Oh, wow. Oh, for a moment, it was looking dangerous. I was just about to say that he's not forced it. He's looked a different player, has Teddy Bishop, and he would have loved that it continued. Bit of a misfield, and Kevin Wickham is the one that has maybe looked as if he's tweaked something in going down there. You're going to need the physio. He too has some heavy strapping on that right leg. He was a big part of the reason why they got themselves to that position of 199. That's 64 from 46. Here comes the physio for the Pelicans.
So the Infernos need a further 86 from 46 deliveries. Remember, the Pelicans got to 199 for 5. Teddy Bishop is leading the chase.
Yeah, certainly leading a chase indeed, and he's not hopping along in that manner. I tell you, he's certainly carrying it along, Teddy Bishop. And here's where I go back to what I mentioned earlier. Look at it, all timing, stroke play, not truly forcing the issue, Teddy Bishop. You would say shot selection has been a big part of this innings as well. This is what you want to see more from him. He looks unflustered, unfazed, looks a completely different young man here tonight. You would almost say you're seeing the graduation in this innings from boy to man. That's not to say that this is the perfect innings, but signs of what you want to see. Substitute fielder there, and now in Demetrius Richards.
No! Backing.
And I've alluded to that innings from RCB with Virat Kohli in that chase a number of times. And this partnership is beginning to remind me of that, particularly with the way Teddy Bishop is playing, the way he continues to rotate the strike, the way he's timing the ball, the way he's keeping his composure, but also with the role that Shadrach Discard is playing. Krunal Pandya walked in with his side at 30-odd for 3 in the power play and played a gem of an innings, took control of the innings.
Looking to use the feet, looking to change the length of Ramon Simmons. My big question here as it pertains to Teddy Bishop is, how do you see this more often? We talk about how different this looks, and the question is, one, what may be the reason for this, and how do we see it more often? Because of that, we're seeing that partnership building there again. We're seeing him being the anchor across 4 different partnerships in this innings. What is also nice to see is the strike rate of the partnerships as well.
Joel, you can only hope that he'll continue to learn. He's still only 22 years old, Teddy Bishop. With time, and with more game time in particular, you can only hope that he will continue to learn and improve.
That's the end of 13, 117 for 5. This partnership, probably the difference maker, you might think, if they're able to get themselves over the line, the Infernos. What it does is that even if they lose a wicket, let's say 3 overs from now, it still sets a platform for the likes of Ryan John to come. It's going to be Hackett to continue 11 in his first. Going to have to reload that one.
Yeah, they've scored 22 off the last 2 overs, the Infernos. You would expect them to continue to go after Sion Hackett. They don't want him to settle. And they're probably thinking if we go after the Pacers, it means then that Naeem Young has to return to a spinner, which works in their favor, of course, in these conditions.
Went for pace off, work again, exercise from umpire Chris Taylor. You talked about going to spinner, and it's noticeable that there was one spinner not utilized tonight. You wonder if that's because of the Drew factor, inability to truly grip that ball. That's the leg spinner, Zishan Matara. Yeah, noticeably not utilized tonight. Yeah, that's him there. It's the youngster in the room.
Yeah, remember one of the rules in this breakout league is that your leg spinner that has been secured and identified has to bowl at least 75% of his allotted overs in at least 3 games. It means, though, that Pelicans do not have to bowl him for those 3 overs today. Naeem Young will be fully aware of that. He was excellent last game with ball in hand, though.
Yeah, been nothing but a passenger and a spectator in this one. Won't matter if they're able to get themselves over the line, but you just wonder what might have been the thinking behind not utilizing him. Well, he's throwing everything in the kitchen basket at that one.
Yeah, you do suspect Mortaro wasn't used for a number of reasons. Jew factor, one of them, and also the number of left-handed batters that have come to the crease. Matchups not in favor of him. Pelicans knowing they need a win.
Oh, throw the young man into the fire. Let's see what he has. What is he made of? Gave himself space to access that offside. Slightly followed him. And because of that, dragged it towards that wide long on position. They will look at this over and tell themselves they wanted more out of it, because I'm thinking that maybe Hackett is the one to target in this middle phase. A bit of a reset for Teddy Bishop. A bit of a reminder as well that the job is not done. Today is the day that he can maybe write his name in lights, literally, given that we are playing under lights. It's been a good comeback over, though, from Hackett. Yeah, you hear the words of Boucher. Lines and lengths have been key in this one from him.
Yeah, he's been commentating for us all night, the Nico Boucher. Fully supportive of his bowlers, keeping the fielders going. He knows this is an important game.
Needs to finish out though. Just 6 runs so far in the over. Into space and should be 2. Puts it at 8. The question now is, how do they close this out? Do they think boundary here gets us to 12? Or do we think simply rotate strike, get us towards the next one?
Certainly, they will be looking for a boundary. On the opposite end, Sion Hackett will be wondering how can he get out of the over without conceding that boundary. What is his strong delivery? 3 on the leg side. You'll expect him to probably go into the surface or Yorker, but it has to be straight.
Goes into the surface. And it just ends with 1.
Run it on my day. Run it on my day. All right, it's okay.
Yeah, that signal there tells you about the Jew. It slipped out the hand. No harm done. 1, 2, 6 for 5.
He's a strong one, day.
You look at this equation and you think that Pelicans will feel settled, but no. Because you know, when it comes to the T20 format, just that one big over levels the conversation out. They might probably need 2. When you look at this, maybe 1 of a 20 plus, or if they can get 2 at 15 plus, that brings the conversation back towards even Stevens. Captain Naeem Young comes back in, and it's pushed away by Hackett. I was going to say he's hacked it.
Yeah, good effort by Sion Hackett. But how crucial will that chance be? He saw Cheyenne Bradford being given opportunities, and he really capitalized. Not the easiest of catches. Probably got the hands up a bit too late and ended up parrying it away from him.
Well, in a chase like this, you need a bit of fortune, you need a bit of luck on your side. It has gone towards Bishop, the set man and the anchor of the innings. You hear it out there in terms of can't afford 2 bad overs. How big a moment will that be? Dropped on 48, Teddy Bishop. Pace off, that's the skills of Naeem Young. And that's what we've seen over the years from this young man, especially at this stage of the innings. He's often said that he enjoys playing in those long format games when he was with the academy. But when you think about his specialty, it is suited for this.
This guy has to think about his options. He has to be looking offside.
Well, looks leg side. And does he get enough? He does. Enough into the wind and over the ropes.
Good thing is you know where he won't hit you, Naeem. Ain't a secret.
Yeah, what do I know about batting? He said he needs to look offside. And he's gone leg side with a massive hit. Dug into the wicket, and he's still good enough to clear Shakir Paris on the boundary. That maximum brings up the 50 partnership between Descartes and Teddy Bishop. 51 off 33 now.
That tennis ball like bounce on that one, taking everything off of it. Naeem Young. Here's that partnership. More importantly, look at that dot ball column, just 10 for them. It speaks to how they've been able to rotate this strike. You look at that boundary count as well, 43.1%. It goes up, does it fall safe? It doesn't. Falls into the gleeful, accepting hands of Kadeem Aline. The captain, Naeem Young, strikes. And it's now 6 down.
Yeah, maybe that's why he was not looking offside. Shadrach Descartes into the surface again, high enough, and this time too wide for him to heave it into the leg side. Easy catch by Kadeem Ali coming off the long off boundary. Descartes has to walk back after a well-played cameo of 26, 135 for 6.
That offside weak. That offside weak. Over.
Ryan John makes his way out to the middle, 135 for 6 in pursuit of 200. Naeem Young with 3 wickets. A wicket with his very first delivery tonight, so leading his troops quite admirably. Yeah, we'll be looking to wrap things up. It's an interesting phase of the innings now. Needed that wicket. Aline has been good in the field, and the return of the Bishop. The other Bishop, Teddy Bishop, on 49. Half century for Teddy Bishop. Of just 35 deliveries, he's been the one who's held the innings together. A shake of the head, just felt as though he missed out on that last delivery, but still a long, long way to go.
Somebody.
Left arm round
Impressive
here, Ryan.
knock from the young man, Carlos.
Middle stump, please.
Yes,
Looking at it.
really crisp ball striking from Teddy Bishop throughout his innings. As you can see from that graphic, nice acceleration as well.
And John, a man who's been around the circuit for some time, has played club cricket here in Trinidad as well.
Josh.
What does that experience
13s, going 14s, boys.
bring to bear tonight? 63 of 28. We saw a cliffhanger earlier today. The Titans up against the Rainforest Rangers. Crisp strike again, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, the Rainforest Rangers took the game to the final over, final ball, but not able to go over the line. Real high octane stuff.
15 is problems.
And this goes to show the value of staying in the contest. We all thought in the middle overs, Guyana had batted themselves out of the equation.
Well placed. Really crisp shot from Ryan John all along the carpet. Teddy Bishop will need some assistance, and he's providing it at the moment.
Real strong shot, clean connection, all along the ground. It's important that the Infernos can find some cameos in and around Teddy Bishop if they want to wipe away this deficit and go 2-0.
They're very wet with that ball. It's something that the captain spoke about Alec Athanaze knowing that it might be slightly easier when you're chasing.
Oh, yes.
Just had
Could
one
never be.
team, I think, winning
You run
whilst
somewhere already,
chasing. The pressure of the scoreboard telling so far in this tournament.
Close out, close out.
Yeah, close out.
Still not enough off the over, still not enough.
Close out the over. The required rate 13.68 at the moment.
In this game, buddy. Yes, 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 yes.
Straight to the fielder, but short. So just a single, he's able to close off. And lots of towels. 144 for 6.
After 15 overs, 56 runs required, 24 deliveries.
Yeah, that's the earlier game. The Titans off the mark, 166. They were able to defend Dakas, the man with that responsibility for the final over, defending 13 and winning by 3 runs. Yeah, this knock from Teddy Bishop, Carlos.
Yeah, the ball striking, the connection, the sound off the bat, the crack, and the composure in his strokes as well. Early walk across on that occasion. It just feels like really good timing.
Yeah, big over coming up here. Straight back, all the way for 6. What a strike. I did say it was a pivotal over because the right-handers on strike hitting in that direction. It's the perfect start to the over for the Infernos.
Once again, shimmy. And what I love about this is getting into position outside of off stump early enough to have a settled head and eye position and good contact.
You might want to have a look at the height there, and he felt as though he missed out too, Teddy Bishop. There's no one backward of square on the boundary, so he just needed to get inside the line of it. Yeah, he's practicing it there to swivel to get it backward of square. Seems to be comfortable with the height, the umpires. Yeah, all good there. So there's a change of angle. I was about to ask you, Carlos, if that's an option for him. Round the wicket across the right-handers.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a change of length as well. It's quite difficult to bowl that Yorker with a very slippery ball. Can you go across the batter, potentially even cross seam? There's a variation there.
A loud sound, it might land safely, it does. And they come back for 2. This could be tight. Yeah, he looks as though he's short. Very good throw, a powerful throw from the outfield. And a dive as well, so we'll need confirmation. Paris, the man with the arm. Yeah, confirmation of the good throw and work from the wicketkeeper Boucher. And finds him short. So another one. Yeah, powerful throw from Shaq Paris. Ryan John, the man short. He goes for 6, 151 for 7.
Yeah. Oh, for you.
Kian Gaston, the new batter. And he will be on strike with 3 deliveries left in the over. Over started off with a 6, but he's pulled things back in the next 2.
That's it there. Coming wrong to you. 3 balls remaining.
Right, round the wicket still. Yeah, fortuitous to get off the mark. Gaston with the angle. That's the risk.
Value of using the angle. Didn't try to go across it. Hit it where it was going. Found the gap. And you think Barbados batted so well, got up to a really challenging total. And you somehow feel like the Windward Islands Infernos are stuttering a bit. Yet, it's 44 needed off 20. Wickets in hand may be a problem or lack thereof, but it's still a very gettable chase with a wet ball.
Over the wicket. Whipped on the other side now. 4 again. So 1 offside, 1 leg side. Gaston is 8 of 2. And game on, the smiles are there.
Again, not overhitting. Full toss, just finding the gap. Just get back on ball, use the wet ball, use the pace, and ride it all the way home. Williams is asking him to.
Yeah, he's on his bike. 16 runs from the over. It will remain at 16 as Teddy Bishop turns down that run to retain the strike. 40 of 18, 160 for 7. Yeah, nothing in it in this game. Coming down to the wire, we've already had a cliffhanger today. Naim Young for his final over. Teddy Bishop wanted the strike. He turned down the single of the last delivery of the previous over. He takes the single of the first ball of the over.
What is it?
Oh, I hate to see fielders throwing the ball to the bowler unless there's a chance for a run out. There's more chance of an overthrow and an extra run. Hit the keeper's gloves. Get the ball into the keeper. If there's a chance for a run out, the keeper has both options of his end or the bowler's end.
Yeah, especially given what Teddy Bishop is trying to do. He's trying to get back on strike, so a little bit of a fumble would have allowed that.
Yeah, and if they're watching, Barbados seem to be an over short. Young is in the midst of his last over. You expect Simmons to bowl the penultimate, which is the most important. But who bowls that all-important final over? Hackett, 2 for 20. Bishop, a spinner. Sinclair, a spinner with a wet ball. Can they keep it and get into the final over with it being a manageable task?
Another run scored behind the wicket for Gaston. But importantly, Bishop is back on strike. They need a boundary or 2 in this over. 38 or 15.
And I'll tell you what, I had the pleasure of batting with Gaston, and he can hit a big ball. At this point in time, he only needs 1 or 2 more, accompanied by a couple from Teddy Bishop. And it's not far from the grasp. They need to keep the wits about them, keep the heads on. Get back on ball every single ball.
Not deemed a wide. Dot delivery. That's golden at this stage of the innings. It's just a guide, as they say. Could have gone either way. Does he find the gap? Gone, might be gone. That's a very good throw from the deep. Yeah, he's walking. Shaq Paris with that rocket arm. And might be a casual run for Teddy Bishop, which costs him his wicket in the end. Rocket arm.
Kareem, let's run it, please.
Yeah, confirmation of that wicket. Teddy Bishop as well. And Shaq Paris for the second time in as many overs, 3 times overall, with a good throw. Bishop goes for 61, 163 for 8.
A little to the right. Yeah. Thanks.
Middle.
I share to you. Center. Right arm over, one to come.
They want to.
Dead. Thank you.
Boucher is just telling them what would happen if they go for 2. 164 for 8.
Middle.
Check. Yes. Yeah, 199, highest score of the tournament to date from the Pelicans. Brathwaite was brutal. Wickham was wonderful. And now the penultimate over of the innings, 36 of 12. New batters at the crease. And so the Pelicans in the driver's seat. Simmons.
Very well bowled. No. Here we go again. Come see me. Right there, sir.
Yeah, the disciplines. Just ensure that you are disciplined for the remainder of the innings.
Off stump.
That sounded good. Yeah, that's gone. Tried to go for the Yorker, but as Carlos Brathwaite alluded to earlier, with a wet ball, and that can be risky.
Full toss and dispatched with disdain from Gaston. This game is not over, folks. We could be lured into a false sense of security with wickets falling. It's only 29 needed from 10. 2 lusty blows, an unsure last over. We still have a game on our hands.
How many? How many does he want to leave for the final over? Simmons, whoever that might be. Slow delivery. Do they go for 2? Yes, they go. They get it quite comfortably. So that's 27 now. Can he give whoever bowls the last over 20 or more to defend? The question is, who is going to bowl that final over as well?
I think Hackett would probably be front and center for that role. Joshua Bishop, an outside chance, someone who's bowled in the power play in CPL, bowled difficult overs, left arm spinner bowling to right-handers, if these two are at the crease. But I think Hackett probably should be getting warm.
Now you hear that exhaust. Good running again. Almost.
Poor fielding. The intensity needs to be kept right away through. There's one play Gaston wants to get back on strike. As soon as it comes to your end or in your area, deep mid-wicket, get off the boundary, get the ball in your hand and fire it back into the stump. You can't be resting on your laurels. That is exactly what Shakir Paris has done. Quick releases into the keeper. Up and once. Got in, rifled over the bails twice. And if you didn't believe it, 2 times around, 3rd time's the charm. 3 times in the inning, Shakir Paris has affected the game in the field. Getting into the ball, getting a good throw over the bails for the keeper to effect a run out. On that occasion, Teddy Bishop, a potential game changer. Stay alert in the field. Shakir Paris has shown that you can change the game in the field.
In the air, safe again. Just one. Still 23. They need a boundary of this final delivery. Or they need some extras from Simmons.
Yeah, big ball in the contest. I think this would be a free hit for Cyrus. You probably don't want a single if you're Gaston. He's 20 off 9, already cleared the boundary, 1 maximum 2 boundaries. He'd prefer to be chasing 19 off that final over of his 6 balls than 22, only batting 5.
Wild heave and a dot, an important dot. 19 gone, 177 for 8. (23 off 6). Need a mini miracle here. The Windward Islands Infernos. Hackett, the man entrusted with that final over, has figures of none for 20 from 2. And boundary first ball puts him under pressure, and then you never know. Yeah, that's the boundary to put him under pressure. It's a 6. An excellent start to the final over. History is repeating itself today. We've seen a cliffhanger already.
He's set up for it. He's on off stump. He's prepared to go in the wind for the maximum. That's one. A few more needed.
Yeah, Carlos Brathwaite, you've been in this position before. 6 off the first ball.
And the pressure's off the batter. There's no way that they should win, needing 23 from the last over. But he started well. Pressure's now on to the bowler. 1 ball 6, 17 from 5 needed.
Fortuitous. Fortune favors the brave. A vicious swing from Gaston. And 10 from 2. They believe. Is this a name we are going to remember?
Cheeky, Sam. It's cheeky. There's so much to love about Gaston striking the ball. Good base. Beaten on that occasion with a lack of pace. Slow ball wide. But waiting on it long enough to make contact. And swinging hard enough to get it out of the reach of the keeper. 13 from 4. All of a sudden, immense pressure on Hackett.
Yeah, and this is where the plans go awry. This is where the thinking gets muddled. You're at the top of your mark. You're thinking about the negative outcome because of what transpired before. Can he hold his nerve? Yeah, there's an issue with his run-up, so this will only add to the tension.
If it was purpose work, it's well done. Don't give him that rhythm. You just bowl 2 balls in quick succession, make him wait, make him think. He's under as much pressure as you with bat in hand.
Take a single.
Great.
Good delivery from Hackett under pressure.
Composure and execute. All right? Keep going.
Not sure I agree with that one. Tell you what, that's a gutsy delivery from Sion Hackett. He's gone pace on, full and straight. And I'm not sure if I subscribe to the single from Gaston. When you're striking it as well as he is, you need to take as many deliveries as you can. Don't give the strike to number 10, Darryl Cyrus, with all due respect to him. But I prefer to see Gaston trying to get 13 from 3 than Cyrus 12 from 3. But pressure on.
Straight back past him. Yeah, they take the 2.
Have they missed the trick again? You may not see Gaston with the opportunity to win the game. 3rd ball, single, 4th ball, running a 2 to put him back at the non-striker's end. And folks, this is why the breakout is so important. You think of a Keon Gaston, would he be in this position in a CPL game? Probably not for another couple of years. He now has the opportunity to experience the ups and the downs, the ebbs and the flows. He's batting well, but there's a level of awareness that he's failed to show in the last couple balls, and he'll learn from it. But this is why the breakout is important. Not done yet.
Straight to the fielder. And he pushes it for 6. Well, Cyrus can hit them too. And now we have 4 runs required from 1 ball. Very similar to the earlier game. Hackett missing his length and Cyrus proving you wrong despite that effort on the boundary.
More like Bishop proving me wrong. Should have been an easy catch for Bishop. Not sure if he was trying to parry it back in, but he had more than enough time to catch it, settle himself. He's pushed it over. He's kept the Windward Islands Infernos in the hand, and he's given us a humdinger of a final ball.
Who would have thought 2 games in succession coming down to the final delivery? Anthony Dackers was able to keep his cool for that final delivery. This young man now on screen, all of the focus is on him. Young Hackett. Yeah, the nerves, the tension is palpable. Wow, oh wow, what a game we've had on our hands. What a day in the Breakout League.
What do you bowl now? He's gone slow into the pitch and he got hammered. He went Yorker and he was successful to Gaston. He just missed his Yorker and went for 6. Everything on the line here and now. And that's not sweat, ladies and gentlemen, that's nerves. Drive the ball, go and come again. Your team needs you, Mr. Hackett. Much like they need Daryl Cyrus. 4 runs, last delivery.
Yeah, some smiles there from the Infernos. Can they create history? No team has ever chased 200 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in T20 cricket. 4 from 1. Final delivery. And what a delivery it was. Good Yorker, they'll come back for 2. They'll have to continue to run. Run until you get run out. Yes, he is run out. And that's the end of the game. Boucher with another run out. It was a valiant effort from the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but it is the Pelicans who soar here tonight for the second game in succession. We've seen a close finish and victory finally for the Pelicans. Yeah, credit must go to that young man. He was under immense pressure throughout that over. Final delivery, he held his nerve. And the Pelicans win by a solitary run.
Yes, holding his nerves, Sayanaki, taking his time, executing. This is not good cricket from Kadeem Ali. Get the ball to your keeper. That's a lot closer than it should be. And we talk about 1%ers. We talk about doing the right things on a consistent basis. Our cricket is not in a good enough place that we can risk things like that. You need 4 to win. You're essentially defending 3. You don't want it to go to super over. Get the ball to your keeper. Besides that, a sensational result for the Barbados Pelicans. They were nowhere with the bat. Cheyenne Brathwaite announcing himself and breaking onto the scene and breaking out with an 85 or 50. Sayanaki bowling a very important final over and more important, final delivery. An exceptional game of cricket. All down to the last ball. And the Pelicans are victors. But I think the tournament has well and truly come alive. Game day number 3 today. We had 2 really good games of cricket. Good batsmanship on show, good intensity, good bowling, good holding of the nerve, good professionalism. Really enjoyed today's play.
Memorable, really memorable. First game down to the wire, second game down to the wire. This is what it's all about. The future stars of West Indies cricket have assembled. The 61 from Teddy Bishop from 42, 26, and those contributions from Gaston and Cyrus taking them up to 198, falling narrowly short of the victory. The partnerships, there were some useful contributions all the way down, keeping them in the game, but just not to be tonight.
Pick of the bowlers, captain Naeem Young, 3 for 29, coming in and doing some damage. Ramon Simmons started really well, and Sayanaki 3 overs for 40 runs, but forget the figures, the final over and the final ball, execution. What you won't see here, Shakir Paris, 3 run-outs, 3 important run-outs, making a difference in the field.
Yeah, and it's the first win for the Pelicans. They're off the mark in terms of wins. And let's hit pitch side now with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Today, you were a big part in the game coming that close. First of all, being in the dugout, what was the emotions like?
It's good. It's a bit nervous at the end there, but I think congrats to the Pelicans. They played well, so congrats again.
You started with a really good rhythm in the power play. What did that come from?
Just being positive, you know, batting with the skipper. That always helps. You have international experience, so whatever advice he gave me, I took it and put it into our game plan.
And in that partnership with Dylan Douglas at the crease, how did you want to structure your overs to try to get close to the runs?
It was a 200 total, so we couldn't really hold back, because we know the run rate will climb high. So we had to really go for it and hopefully win. But again, we fell short.
In your personal batting, what pleases you the most about the way you batted today?
I think I was able to time the ball really well today, of the both spin and pace, so I'm happy.
All right, more of the same in the future of the tournament. All the best.
Thanks.
Yeah, good knock from Teddy Bishop, but not enough. The Barbados Pelicans get into 199 for 5. Brathwaite was brilliant. Wickham as well, a wonderful partnership between those two. And then the Infernos get into 198 for 9. Bishop with 61. Gaston and Descartes with 30 and 26 respectively. Pelicans winning by just 1 run. We'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll have the post-match sermon. Yeah, what a sensational day of cricket we've witnessed. 2 heart stoppers and back-to-back. The Pelicans 199 for 5. The Infernos 198 for 9. And the Pelicans winning by 1 run. Yeah, let's go pitch side to Nikhil Uttamchandani once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation at the end of day 3 in this West Indies Breakout League. What a day it's been. 2 final ball finishes. Alec Athenaeus, unfortunately, is on the losing end today from the Windward Islands Infernos. Alec, what a game. First of all, let's go right back to the bowling effort. You had them at 75 for 3. Where did you feel you lost control in that bowling effort?
Well, to be honest, I felt that in the last 7 overs, we really kind of let them slip, but then again, the dew started kicking in, so it was a bit difficult for the bowlers to grip the ball.
Tell me about the sort of the back-end bowling and also the way you wanted the guys to start knowing you had to chase 200.
Well, to be honest, the back-end bowling wasn't as planned. To be fair, credit goes to them. They batted really well, and they kind of counter-attacked all the plans we had. But then again, the ball was a bit wet, so it was difficult for the bowlers. And I think we started with the bat. We started a bit slow, to be honest. But Raishon, he held his end. He played really well, and that is good to see.
I have to ask you, a critical moment in the game was that Cheyenne Brathwaite, when he was given out and then called back. Did you see the decision on the screen? What did you think about it?
Yeah, at the end of the day, they have to make the decisions. But I think it was the right decision, to be honest. He wasn't really in control of the ball. But then again, you get those things in cricket.
And to fall 1 run short, Alec, when you think back and reflect on the game, what could you guys have done marginally better to get over the line today?
I think get a single somewhere, I guess. But to be fair, it was a good game. I enjoyed it. Even if we were on the losing side, I really enjoyed the effort from the boys, and it was commendable to see them in the back end. 1 win, 1 loss. Hard luck. We'll see you again soon. Thank you. Alec Athene is captain of the Windward Islands Infernos. I'll now ask Mr. Zaid Mohammed, administrative manager at the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, to present Cheyenne Brathwaite with today's player of the match. 85 from 50, 9 fours and 4 sixes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed, and we'll get Cheyenne as well. Cheyenne, this was your first game of the tournament. First of all, tell me about the range of emotions, being dropped, being called back, and then getting runs.
Well, honestly, it was a roller coaster, but I just believe in keeping my composure, and I guess luck was on my side today.
It was a weird innings because it started, you didn't hit a boundary for your first 20 balls. What changed your rhythm today?
Well, just batting time, honestly, while Wickham was going and he was in a good flow, I just wanted to get him on strike, and the deeper we bat, I know we could have got over 180.
In some of your shots, it's quite unique in the flair that you have. Where does that come from?
Well, honestly, it's just instinct. That's the truth.
Tell me about batting with Kevin Wickham, someone you've played cricket with for years at Empire Cricket Club. What were the conversations with you guys? How much did he help you?
Well, he helped a lot. We just kept it simple. We talked between the innings and we communicated well, honestly.
Really well played today, Cheyenne. More success to you for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Cheyenne Brathwaite, today's player of the match. We'll now ask Naeem Young, Pelicans captain, to have a chat with us. Naeem, I know your heartbeat must be racing. What are you most proud of when you reflect on tonight?
Yeah, it's definitely racing. Can't wait to check my monitor on my when I get back inside. But you know, just happy to get that win. You know, that first win of the tournament. I've been in many situations with the Royals before. We lost games just like that. So to come out and win it in today, I'm very thankful.
When you guys were 3 down early again, what did you say to the batters going in that helped put the chase or the run scoring effort back on track?
Yeah, we had a real serious meeting over the last few days. Obviously, the common trend here is that people lose wickets in the power play, and many teams got bowling points from that. So we don't want to lose wickets, but we were prepared, and we had a good understanding how we really want to go about the middle overs. So even though we lost those 3 wickets, we were very certain how we wanted to play middle overs, and it really worked out for us today, and hopefully that continues for us throughout the tournament.
What was the challenge with the dew factor, and how did that factor into your bowling choices?
Yeah, definitely a big challenge. Even from the first innings, where you watch, the spinners really struggled, and I think we really capitalized on that as a batting group. So the message definitely was when we go to bowl, definitely that we use the seamers a lot more because it's challenging for the spinners. So the dew was a big factor tonight, but thankfully we come out on the right side.
And we didn't see Zishan Motara. Was that dew related?
Yeah, definitely. As I said, the dew caused a big problem tonight. But Zishan is one of our star players. I think he's one of the best leg spinners within this tournament, and more like he'll be featuring for us often. So that 3 game doesn't really apply to us.
Just before you go, I know fielding was a big concern for you. How much did it improve tonight?
Just a bit. I mean, that catch earlier after the second last ball, my heart started to race a bit. It was just like, you know, we dropped Joshua James similar to that, and the guys, they really took off against Trinidad. And tonight, now we'll come back again. We dropped that catch, and we dropped some catches around and misfused some balls. So I think, you know, it's hard. A lot of guys not really accustomed to the night games, but as a group, I think we just have to have that conversation. We just have to continue to support each other, continue to bat each other, and I think that'll bring more confidence in the field.
Well done tonight.
Thank you.
Generally satisfied captain of the Barbados Pelicans. Let's review the league table then. The Legions at the top with 17 points. The Infernos well, they're in second position despite the defeat on 8. The Pelicans, well, they make a match up. They're on 8 points as well. Titans and the Rainforest Rangers on 7 points respectively. The Thunder at the bottom of the table with 6. Well, we have another action-packed day tomorrow at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Match number 7, the Trinidad and Tobago Legions, the home team. Well, they're up against the Titans. That game starts at 2 p.m. local time. And then swiftly after that one, the second of the 2 matches, match number 8, the Pelicans in action again. And that would be against the Leeward Islands Thunder. 7 p.m. local time. Tune in again. We want to thank all of you for the pleasure of your company. It was an action-packed day, I'm sure, quite memorable. We look forward to more of the same tomorrow. Goodbye for now.
We are discovering the gems of the Caribbean indeed. We are at the West Indies T20 Breakout League, match 6 on day number 3. The Barbados Pelicans up against the Windward Islands Infernos. A lot on the line tonight as we get into the middle of the tournament. The Pelicans making 2 changes after their opening encounter, with Sion Hackett, their franchise player from Trinidad, in place of Amari Goodridge, and also in is Cheyenne Brathwaite in place of Demetrius Richards. For the Infernos, who won their first game on day 1. Just the one change in Noel Leo going out, and Rashawn Williams, who could open the batting, is in as well tonight. Yeah, Ryan John was very good with his experience, 2 for 16 in that opening game, in the power play and at the back end. It has a feel, a buzz of a big game.
Little again, very little. That's it.
Yeah, 2 teams who will demand more in the power play from themselves. Infernos only picked up the 1 wicket, and it was a point of focus for Athenaeus at the toss. This time, out the middle of the bat. That will be 6 as well, even into a slight breeze coming across the ground. He's powerful, Kadeem Aline. Straight again. 6 again. Look out, Kadeem Aline has arrived in this year's Breakout League. Again straight. There is a deep backward square. Well taken in the end. Shadrach Descartes. Think he's done well enough to stay inside of the parameter. That could be a big moment in this contest.
Yeah, don't do the leg side again. But the length is different, fielder. At backward square, yeah. Good balance, good awareness not to go over the ropes. What a catch by Shadrach Descartes. Yeah, good bit of fielding to get the breakthrough. A needed one. Kadeem Aline looked dangerous. Has to walk back for a cameo. 22 from 11, 28 for 1.
Full toss, but straight through him. I think he may have just rolled his fingers over it. Barbados Pelicans lose wickets again early.
This definitely wasn't the plan. Yeah, it is a slower ball again. Not sure if he was through the shot early. Yeah, he'll be disappointed to miss a full toss. Key there was getting it straight. Ryan John once more has a wicket in the power play. Then Nico Boucher walks back for 1, 31 for 2.
He has another. Athenaeus, the gamble to give Gaston has worked. 21 years old. This is an excellent start for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, if you wondered why he was given another over, it's because of this. Yeah, nice diving catch at short mid wicket. The ball was never quite there for Shakir Paris, pushing at the ball, hands away from the body, inside edge, and carrying all the way to short mid wicket. Has to walk back for 1. Barbados in real trouble here, 33 for 3.
Pounced upon. Really nice adjustment to the shorter length from Kevin Wickham.
Dropped short. And Wickham says, I can handle that. Short again. Bang again. This time 1 bounce over the ropes. Pressure early on Williams. Well, this one has gone high. And far enough as well. That maximum takes us to the halfway stage. 75 for 3.
And this time, no innovation needed. That is all power and brute force. Use of the feet. Excellent from Kevin Wickham, who is very strong against spin. Goes again. In a similar area, similar result. He's growing in confidence now, Wickham. There's always the risk with the right-hander and his matchup. Wickham looks very dominant at the moment. And Wickham continues to adjust and is dominating proceedings. It has been a well-composed and responsible knock from Kevin Wickham in this half-century. His first of the West Indies Breakout League. Had to resurrect the innings in the power play. Now he's dominating. He has thumped the bowling tonight. The sound of the bat, so forceful. Now Cheyenne Brathwaite joins in. This is some ball striking from the Pelicans, who have finally found their mojo. The patience and the awareness of the field. This has been some innings.
Clean them up. Doesn't get that 100-run partnership on target from over the wicket, importantly, for Mahabir Singh.
Yeah, change of angle, change of ends, and it works immediately into the surface, straight at the stumps. Yeah, well heave across the line, maybe not as short as he expected. Kevin Wickham ends a crucial partnership of 99, but he can hold his head high. Goes for 64, well played by Kevin Wickham, 132 for 4.
Bishop goes this time, Mahabir Singh on target. Double wicket strike for Mahabir Singh.
Yeah, this flatter trajectory, faster, straight at the stumps, working. Bishop trying to give himself room to open up the offside, cannot make contact, has to walk back for 1. 2 wickets in the over, 1, 3, 4 for 5.
Crunched, drilled all along the carpet. What a shot from Brathwaite. Goes the leg side this time. Look at that. No look from Cheyenne Brathwaite. Smashes it again. Should get 4 again. An expensive over. 3 4s. 14 from it so far. This is the power of the man. In the air. Falls just short and it goes for 4, and that's a 50 for Cheyenne Brathwaite. They all enjoyed that knock. He's been gifted a few from the fielding team, and he's absolutely capitalized. That's gone. The sound of the bat, so sweet. Really splendid stroke play from Brathwaite. Yeah, that's gone again. That's a gift for Cheyenne Brathwaite. Finds the gap again. That wrist of which you speak, Shakira, quite evident. Does he have enough? You bet he does. Slower delivery or not, Cheyenne Brathwaite is hitting everything out of the park. Straight back over his head. He can't close off the over. That's a brilliant strike from Naeem Young. Yeah, unlucky. Really unlucky if you're Gaston. Fortunate if you're Naeem Young. Back of the bat. We've seen everything today, haven't we? Yeah, it's gone for 4. They fall narrowly short of a bonus point for getting to 200. The Barbados Pelicans. But what an innings from Cheyenne Brathwaite. Yeah, just reflect on the innings. Allen got off to a wonderful start, 22 from 11. But then they lost the 3 wickets quite quickly. Brathwaite and Wickham, a 99-run partnership, 64 from 46 for Wickham. That was a really splendid knock. And the partnerships, look at those, the 3 of them for the first wicket, then that 99, and then an unbroken 65 from 26 deliveries, 199 for 5.
Inferno's bowlers taken to the bleachers, literally. Ryan John 1 for 50 from his 4 overs. 2 wickets for Gaston, 2 for Mahabir Singh. Williams was expensive. Descartes, pretty good.
Windward Islands Infernos, well, they need 200 runs to win this one. It will be an exciting chase. We'll get to that after the break.
Naeem Young, he'll be satisfied with what his troops would have done with the bat. But can he marshal them now with ball in hand? They wouldn't want to get complacent in this chase. They would want to do the right things, and they would want to do them early, pick up early wickets, get themselves some bonus points in the power play, keep things tight in those middle overs, and seal the deal within the back end. Probably brushes something on the way through. This will help in the pursuit, finding themselves at 200. 5 wides from Sinclair. That is right, Sean Williams. That is what he brings to the contest, and that is why he's at the top of the order. Well, he manufactures one that goes in his favor to close out 2. 19 without loss. He's going to take him on, Jeremiah. It doesn't matter who the professor is. Oh, the teacher is Johan. Is that full enough? Yes, indeed it is. Basaraf says it's good. The professor.
Decision vindicated. Full, straight. Jeremiah walking cross again. The length was full enough. And if it would hit the stump, more often than not, it pitched in line. Jeremiah gone for 8. The Infernos, 26 for 1.
Striking it beautifully, fiercely. Oh, the Inferno might be burning here.
It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. You got to let it all.
Changes the angle. Does it change the result? Yes, it does. Kadeem Aline on the ropes. Sinclair has done it.
Change of angle. Kadeem Aline watching it all the way. Never believing it was 6. Always in the hunt. Threw the paws out, caught it. Then it was time to settle your feet. Stay within the rope. And a nice little dance at the end. And they're overjoyed with that result. 32 for 2, the Infernos.
Elegance from Teddy Bishop. All timing and all placement on that one.
Bit of flair. The West Indian flair on that shot from Alec Athenes. Top class to end the power play. 52 for 2. It's gone straight to the fielder. Captain gets captain in his first delivery.
Hasn't gotten off yet in the innings, Alec Athenes, and trying to break the shackles. Thick outside edge and straight to third. First ball for Young. He removes his counterpart. The third one down for the Infernos. Athenes goes for 11, 60 for 3.
Again wants to Took a while. Had the throw been better, in fact, that could be closer than we think. Ogis did not want the second. Bishop was urging him.
An unfortunate way to go. Boucher with the direct hit. He's well short. Yeah, there was that yes, no, and in the end, he's found short. Confirmation there. Another one falls in quick succession. It was a short stay.
Just a little. Yeah.
Hakeem Ogis goes for 3, 64 for 4. Yeah, that's 4. That's really errant from Joshua Bishop. A gift to Teddy.
That has been really well struck. He looks on tonight, Teddy Bishop.
Keep going, Josh.
Gets it away. Great placement and concentration from Dylan Douglas. Fielder is under it. Ball is not dry. Bishop does well. Hard to judge with the ball that high in the air.
Try to go for a maximum, a lot of height. Don't underestimate the difficulty of this catch. Reverse cup, wet ball, well held. And a couple wickets for Naeem Young. Douglas has to go for 684 for 5 after 9.5.
Oh, wow, that has disappeared and gone with the wind. His introduction is a rough one. This is what I'm talking about, doing the heavy lifting in this middle phase of the game. Well, looks leg side. And does he get enough? He does. It goes up. Does it fall safe? It doesn't. Falls into the gleeful, accepting hands of Kadeem Aline. The captain, Naeem Young, strikes.
Yeah, maybe that's why he was not looking offside. Shadrach Descartes into the surface again. High enough, and this time too wide for him to heave it into the leg side. Easy catch by Kadeem Ali coming off the long off boundary. Descartes has to walk back after a well-played cameo of 26, 135 for 6.
Half century for Teddy Bishop. Of just 35 deliveries, he's been the one who's held the innings together.
Go, Bish.
Well placed. Really crisp shot from Ryan John all along the carpet.
Keep going, Bish.
Straight back, all the way for 6. What a strike. A loud sound, it might land safely, it does. And they come back for 2. This could be tight. Yeah, he looks as though he's short. Very good throw, a powerful throw from the outfield. Yeah, confirmation of the good throw and work from the wicketkeeper Boucher. And finds him short. So another one. The man short. He goes for 6, 151 for 7. Yeah, fortuitous to get off the mark. Whipped on the other side now. 4 again. So 1 offside, 1 leg side. Gaston is 8 of 2. And game on, the smiles are there. Does he find the gap? Gone, might be gone. That's a very good throw from the deep. Yeah, he's walking.
Kareem, let's run it through, please.
Yeah, confirmation of that wicket. Bishop goes for 61, 163 for 8. That sounded good. Yeah, that's gone. Yeah, that's the boundary to put him under pressure. It's a 6. An excellent start to the final over. Fortuitous. Fortune favors the brave. A vicious swing from Gaston and 10 from 2. They believe. Is this a name we are going to remember? Straight to the fielder. And he pushes it for 6. Well, Cyrus can hit them too. And now we have 4 runs required from 1 ball. Very similar to the earlier game. Hackett missing his length and Cyrus proving you wrong despite that effort on the boundary. 4 from 1. Final delivery. And what a delivery it was. Good Yorker. They'll come back for 2. They'll have to continue to run. Run until you get run out. Yes, he is run out. And that's the end of the game. Boucher with another run out.
Yes, holding his nerves, taking his time, executing. This is not good cricket from Kadeem Ali. Get the ball to your keeper. That's a lot closer than it should be. And we talk about 1%ers. We talk about doing the right things on a consistent basis.
For the Barbados Pelicans getting to 199 for 5. Brathwaite was brilliant. Wickham as well, a wonderful partnership between those two. And then the Infernos getting to 198 for 9. Bishop with 61. Gaston and Descartes with 30 and 26 respectively. Pelicans winning by just 1 run.
The future of West Indies cricket is in the hands of the West Indies T20 Breakout League. Today we feature 2 teams in desperate need of a win. It's the Jamaica Titans up against... The future of West Indies cricket is in the hands of the West Indies T20 Breakout League. Today we feature 2 teams in desperate need of a win. It's the Jamaica Titans up against the Guyana Rainforest Rangers, live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. the senior batter in this Titans team. He's played 3 seasons of the CPL. We're seeing that experience come to the fore.
Uppish and will be safe as well. 4 and uppish and will be safe as well. 4 and goes straight, and that is the highlight of the day. Goes straight, and that is the highlight of the day.
The senior batter in this Titans team. He's played 3 seasons of the CPL. We're seeing that experience. The senior batter in this Titans team. He's played 3 seasons of the CPL. We're seeing that experience come to the...
Gotten that boundary, what does he do next?
Would you believe that has gone on to the stumps?
Gotten that boundary, what does he do next?
Would you believe that has gone on to the stumps?
A statement to close out the over. 4 and the greatest of them all. A statement to close out the over. 4 and the greatest of them all. What is going through Niall Smith's mind, you wonder? But he knows he has to get it moving on. Oh, that ball has got wings. It can fly, I tell you that. What is going through Niall Smith's mind, you wonder? But he knows he has to get it moving on. Oh, that ball has got wings. It can fly, I tell you.
Steady. Has been a steady flow of runs for the Titans. They're running between the wickets as well. Generally good. That looks close. It looks... Yeah, gone. Simple catch for Quinton Sampson. Yeah, gone. Simple catch for Quinton Sampson. Yeah, wicket. Another slower delivery into the surface. Yeah, wicket. Another slower delivery into the surface. Exact fast bowler. Chance at the non-strikers, and he's gone. There was a little bit of a collision. Fast bowler. Chance at the non-strikers, and he's gone. There was a little... Taken. Another slower delivery into the surface from Blades. Yeah, they can smile now. Taken. Another slower delivery into the surface. Yeah, that's 3 Yorkers in succession. They've taken on the hand. This time he's gone. Quite. Can they do it? Yes, they do. Wonderful stuff from Niall Smith. And can they do it? Yes, they do. Wonderful stuff from Niall Smith. And they're in.
Only a second boundary in the power play this tournament. Only a second boundary in. Straight to the fielder. The wind would have helped because it's hitting with the wind. Straight to the fielder. The wind would have helped because it's hitting with the wind.
Man. Oh, he delivers the punch. And the man. Oh, he delivers the punch. Anderson won the battle, but Brathwaite has won the war.
That missed off stump, you know. Yeah, you can see that reaction.
Oh, direct hit needed. Launches. And just over. Launches. And just over. Edge found. And at long last, they've been able to break the partnership. Dakers. Well, this one has gone far, but not far enough. Jordan Johnson.
Well done.
He's
Well done, well done, well done. Done, Kirky.
Get it, Jordan. Get it, Jordan.
Throw the ball now.
The future stars of West Indies cricket have been assembled in the West Indies T20 Breakout League. It's the second match of a doubleheader. Another one, the Barbados Pelicans, tonight will be coming up against the Windward Islands Infernos.
Tell your Kiki, feel it enough already, man. Tell your Kiki. Hold on, Ryan. Hold on, Ryan. Yeah. Hold on, Ryan. 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 Hold on
Yeah! Jesse length.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. Keep going. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Keep going. Oh, yeah. Open your mouth. Seedless. Easy. Fantastic work, buddy. Fantastic, yeah. Oh, yeah. Open your mouth. Seedless. Easy. Fantastic work, buddy. Fantastic, yeah.
Yes, man! Yes, man! One shot! One!
Fantastic.
Yes, man! Yes, man!
Yeah.
Yes, man! Yes, man!
Yeah. Fantastic, Bish. Very hard to keep up with this round rate, boys. Very hard. Fantastic, Bish. Very hard to keep up with this round. That's a good shot. That's okay. That's okay. That also weak. Naeem.
Over.
Yeah. That also weak. Naeem.
Over.
See him, Josh? See him? Yeah, see him. You go, Bish.
Sure, skill.
Dead. Thank you. What's safety ball, Bishop? Thank you. What's safety ball, Bishop? Come on. Get to the stump, Zion.
Slow, relax.
Get your time.
What you, Ross? Yes! What do you fuck, big man? 3 cold, man.